Hello, Internet. It is time to do the bokgak. I will say, maybe I will change my opinion a little bit, but I would say the regular checkup the intervallo, was probably the one I disliked the most story-wise. The combats were fun though, since they did the thing where they actually had different EX goals. So that's gonna be interesting. Really looking forward to that. Also need to figure out what team you actually are running. That is a good question. I mean, I think it was also the Davalo where we get split up a dozen times. I guess I could also see what other people did. Look at them. But yeah, let's just run it. This is the super cool Klee team with burn units. Let's just... Am I using this team for anything? What the hell was this team for? That looks like a hellish burn team. This is a... I don't know what I was cooking here. But considering I do not recognize what I was cooking here, we can just clear this and think for a second. So... We could go burn. I think it's basically either between burn or rupture. You know, when I say it like this. I guess the only thing is that we can not really run Haishu Faust, since yeah, we would still want the multiplier. Hey Ark, how are you doing? How is your assignment going? Maybe doing a burn team would be more interesting. You know what? You know what? Let's do a burn team instead of running like Haishus for a goddamn full year. You know what? I've decided. I think Thumb will be better though for what we are doing. I guess I can Egos afterwards. I guess I could check, since Monkus is like pulling everything always. He has the ego, right? Maybe I can also just look for someone with the ego. It's not like I need it though. I think, yeah, this had a dungeon of the Phantoms there, and maybe we can do it for the end thing. It's a bit sad. I mean, to be fair, I also do not have the other Hohenheim ID for Quagga. But in a sense, I feel like it would have made, you know, kinda made some sense if that would have given me a bonus, considering, you know, we're gonna beat up Hohenheim again. You got this. That's all I wanted to do. Love how... I kinda... Oh, I'm not going crazy, right? Why the hell did I not select him there? Oop. You know, oh fuck me, that was the wrong button. Maybe I'm just losing it. Burn is in a pretty good state all in all, huh? Now that I look at it. Burn is doing pretty well. This man would even have also a burn ID. I guess you... That is the Setch part, I guess. You know... It could be a good excuse to just fully uptie this ID. Let's fully uptie this ID. Now, the real question is, am I gonna level it though? It is so cursed that, you know, keeping some low level IDs might be worth it. Hey, you do have this. Boop. So let's run some burn. It should be fun. I guess in a sense, Blood Fiends would also be decent. since they do have some Rupture, and I know that basically there's so much Rupture support in 2. Maybe I should have done this before stream. But hey, sometimes you need to wing it. Imagine having the new ego already. Imagine 9-2 being useful. To be fair, I'm also still a bit scared that the new Faust ego is like very niche. It has at least some things that are nice if you don't specifically run the Moth Faust ID, but I don't see it being like ultimately that worthwhile to use, since it will compete with like the Magic Bullet ego from Otis, since they kinda want the same ego. What is this called? Ego material? I forgot how to play this video game, it has been so long. Where's the Satch? Moving back is like some stonks. It's not like I really need to look out that much. We just put the egos into the bag. Imagine getting Aleph. That would be pretty cool. My Harmony is stonks in a burn team. Okay, no, we need something, yeah, we should take Magic Bullet, even if I don't think we need it that much. I also can't wait to have prepared a burn team to just realize with how the Sinners get split up, it's still gonna be god awful. That is why we changed to high, so yeah, I'm curious. You also don't have the thing though. Imagine having good UI for this. I think I'm just gonna use, you know, my own Faust. It's not like people actually have the Faust really with the ego anyways. So, you think this, man. You think this, man. I mean, what is the point of not running the new Faust? Basically that. Man, I still have to do voice acting? I look from beyond the glass window as the sinners battle fiercely inside a large indoor arena. Okay, I forgot that, yes. It is confirmed that, you know, if done this sort of out, they are just invading. All the blame lies with Ishmael, exactly.
하나 빨리 처리하지 않으면 곤란해질까 하여. 모두 마음이 잘 맞네요.
Look how happy he is. I had no idea how hopeless the sinners were in battle without my command. Well, nobody made you the leader, I'm sorry.
처음에 네 지휘 듣고 싸우다가 저놈이 목만 겨우 붙은 채로 돌아온 거 까먹었냐?
Hey, you know, as long as it's still attached. Yeah, don't think about the damage you're doing to Dante instead. Don Quixote falls before the merciless onslaught of enemies. I had so many things I wanted to say to them, most of which were variations of, "You're doing it wrong." But I had no choice but to watch as their woefully abysmal decisions continued to bungle the fight. Man, I can't believe they still need to rely on Dante. If I tried this researcher next to me will get in my way, claiming that they haven't finished collecting the data.
적은 위기 대처에 대한 반응.
Man, I sure wonder who this is. So, can I help them now?
정신없이 돌아다니지 말고 가만히 있게나. 거의 마무리 단계이니. 이 정도면 데이터 수집은 충분히 이루어졌겠군. 이제
I had a lot I wanted to say, but let's help the sinners out of this bind first. I wonder how I will feel like about Hohenheim, but I still will probably feel like it's garbage. Oh, Goddard is literally also just Burn team. You know, I feel like, you know, beating up Burn with Burn is nice. How does this look like? We are so close to greatness here. Why are we not clashing with you? I see, that's the problem. Okay, let's do it manually. Mirror match. I mean, those are the good ones. Honestly, once in a while I do like the Bagatula fights. It's just that I feel like so often, especially in Railway, they then start relying far too much on just having buttload of those fights that are not fun. Honestly, we just need to make sure to also clash with you. Yippee. Oh, oop. Don't like the struggling, actually. That's the strongest skill. I totally do know how to play this man. I have not actually really played that much Burn lately. With a full Burn team has a lot of ideas, but it's also an awkward spot. Or is it? I feel like we're gonna have fun stonks, but I feel like by the end of the season, you probably, instead of running a full Burn team, you rather do run a farm team at that point, I assume. High hierarchy. It is time to get more golden bows or something. Not really. We're not doing anything in this Intervalo. I hate this Intervalo, to be honest. But we get to beat up ourselves. That's what matters. They're still standing, that's the sad part. Don't think we can also win with this still. I think that is also like one of the core annoying parts. Oh, that's gonna suck. Maybe somebody else can probably take care of that, I see. See, that's how you do it. But yeah, it is kinda a Moog fight, but those fights are always, goddammit, fights you kinda have to play manually, otherwise it is very up to RNG how it goes. Don't really have any resources. How high does this clash? Okay. We bully you instead. You're currently overfarming so that Hohenheimer can feel smart. I guess so. At least you get to beat him up in the end, but like in hindsight, you really do not do anything this event other than like, well, we are testing the sinners. Here's information you already had. I guess depending on how it goes, they really want to develop Hohenheim as a character though. I wonder how recurring of a character he will be in the future. Considering they like brought him up also during the speech at GDC, like with the sinners, he probably is kinda one of the more major side characters at least. Which is... It is what it... maybe his writing will still keep climbing and it will be stonks. It was just a very rough introduction to him. Lie my Faust, kill yourself. I'm also a bit sad that, yeah. I mean, I guess it was expected that the ego will only make her survive one of her skill 3-2s. Which is fair, but it kind of really makes it even more awkward. I guess you can squeeze out a little bit more of some early burn generation with it. Why are you like this, Ryoshu? Why is she like this? Why is she even fast? I hate her. Okay, you win this one. Maybe I should have actually had put in back row. And why also did he like just have to roll that goddamn high? If I actually ever fully commit to doing like funny one where I don't pull, I feel like the thing I will be molding over is not even like the coin tosses, it's just gonna be the speed walls. I don't want to say Wuna was better, but Wuna was better, especially since, you know, with how the game is now, I guess it doesn't really matter for this fight since everyone has just a single slot. But you do roll once for a character basically, it's all their slots, so it is even far more RNG with how it ends. Compared to something like Wuna where maybe you have like one fucky roll at one of your character slots. I guess we can just go fully in on this man. But not for all of your attacks basically. Anyways, we did it. What a hard video game this is. But yeah, I would love to cope that Hohenheim will be an SS tier character. That way we can have a third idea of him for Quacker. That went well.
역시 관리자님이십니다. 지휘 실력이 날이 갈수록 일치월장하시는군요. 제 현역 시절이 생각날 정도입니다.
She is such a great strategist. We have seen that. Thanks.
여기 간식은 없어? 계속 싸웠더니 배고파 죽겠어.
테스트 중에는 공복을 유지할 걸세.
To be fair, that seems a bit rude. You cannot really test somebody's athleticism and everything while they are just hungry.
다음 테스트는
아니 이럴 줄 알았으면 메르소 씨한테 그냥 마사지 한번 받는 편이 나을 뻔했어. 아니 누가 이런 걸 하자고 한 거야?
따지고 보면 그레고르 씨의 휴가 요청이 불러온 파장이죠. 어차피 해야 했던 일 같지만요.
Can you blame the man? It is hard being a bug.
아이고 참. 아니 좀 더 근본적인 걸 보자고.
Sure, there was. Not that it would have made any difference. Of course, like Ishmael said, this all began with Quacker's particularly egregious stretching. He just knew what was coming, okay? He felt the Ungeziefer in him. He knew he was gonna be the Bug King.
확실한 승리였어요. 돌아가면 저번처럼 홈파티라도 할까요?
방금 사람의 몸에서 나는 안 될 소리가 나지 않았나요?
You know, it is just basically the insect equivalent of just, you know, necking your bones. You know, having a nice stretch. Don't be concerned.
아이 잠깐 스트레칭을 했거든. 아이 뭐, 아이 흔한 일이야 요새.
He's getting old. How old is Quagga actually canonically? He is Dark of the Bus, isn't he?
네? 흔한 일이라고요?
Sorry, Sergey, it just happens. Once you reach the age of 30, it just happens to you. It's over.
세월의 소리인 거지, 싱클. 우리 단테가 시간을 되돌려준다고는 하지만 날이 갈수록 뼈가 삭는 기분이야.
Actually, how does aging work for the sinners in a sense with time shenanigans that Dante does? Can he keep them forever young?
그러고 보면 저도 요새 영 몸이 옛날 같지가 않은 것 같기도 하고요. 계속 죽다 사는 걸 반복하다 보니.
Yeah, dying sure is a pain. Man, Dante does also deserve like a wellness retweet. That's when Hong Lu flippantly threw out an innocent comment amidst the complaining sinners.
그런데 여기서 최연장자인 돈키호테 씨는 멀쩡하네요. 따지고 보면 몇백 년 동안 사신 거나 다름없을 텐데요.
Exactly. Man, you cannot say a woman is old. The poor lady. Magnus unprompted catapulting of such a heavy subject brought the busy air inside the bus to a sudden stifling halt.
그 주제는 조금 시간이 필요할 거라고 생각했는데 거침없이 꺼내버렸군 그래.
What's there to talk about?
가 난처해진 거로군요. 저는 나이 같은 것에 연연하실 줄은 모르고.
본인은 전혀 아무렇지도 않네. 너무 그렇게.
Man, poor sad donkey. Of course, there was also someone who could not care less about the best air quality.
야, 비켜. 거기 내 지정석인가 잊었냐? 몰래?
How did they do actually their seating order? Was it like on the first school day? Did they just kill each other till we had the rankings and they knew which seat to take for whom?
누구는 또 지나치게 아무렇지 않아 하네요. 까먹은 거 아닐까 싶을 정도로.
Does he need to remember?
이렇게 된 거 그간의 서름을 호되게 갚아보는 건 어떤가요? 돈키호테 씨라면 충분히.
싱클, 눈빛이 여태 본것 중에 제일 빛나고 있어.
See, he hides us the murder instinct behind us. He is a killer.
본인은 지금 이 분위기로도 제일 좋다네. 그리고 히스클리프 군이 악인이 되어버리는 게 아닌 이상 폭력을 행사할 생각도 없고.
Man, I kind of doubt you will see more of the Sinclair of a certain day, but man, it would be also neat to get an ID based off it or something. It was a cool design. And also I wanted to have him pet Burp. Pet Burp was neat.
다들 시끄럽게 조잘거리지 말고 얌전히 갈 길 가자. 어?
저 정도면 충분히 악인처럼 보일 것 같긴 한데.
It is very dickish, exactly.
그 뭐냐? 그 분위기상 이제 슬슬 그거를 줘야 하는 시기라고 생각하지 않아?
그거라뇨?
I love the thing. I love when we are just vague posting on Twitter. Why became okay, I do know why vague posting became a thing, because got some engagement bait farming, right? So people actually click on the tweet and everything. But I swear to God, if the algorithm gives me another vague posting tweet on my timeline, I'm gonna lose it. That's why I should not open social media.
데스매치.
아니고 잠깐이었지만 물가에서 공놀이도 했었잖아.
Beach volleyball!
맥락상 휴가라는 단어를 뱉고 싶은 것으로 보인다.
Good job, Mason.
찬성이야. 이 찌뿌둥한 몸에 찜질 같은 것도 좀 받고, 응?
아직도 기대라는 걸 하고 놓지 못하고 있네요.
I mean, they have such a big budget.
그러고 보니 메르소곤이 지난번에 기가 막힌 마사지를 해주지 않았는가?
사람의 주요 근육과 신경 위치는 속속들이 꿰뚫고 있다.
How does he have it? I can't wait to get to Masour's Kanto and then realize, since, you know, Encore are the funny Germans, he has knowledge of the human body. He was also doing fucked up experiments as a doctor or something because he was ordered to. You know, it is time that our sinners have, like, just more funny war stories and more crimes in the past.
그 후로 몇 주간은 아무 감각도 느껴지질 않았어. 그로써 가장 좋은 치료는 고통이라는 감각을 없애는 것이라는 메르소군의 치론을 이해할 수 있었지.
I mean, hey, yes, you won't feel pain.
아무래도 때가 된 것 같군요.
Mit 2 Pokés nach der gerne. Yippie!
베르길리우스.
Oh.
그래, 조만간 이런 날이 올 줄 알고 있었지.
그날이 왔어.
갑자기 왜 이렇게 비장해진 거예요?
It's time that we see the headquarters, and instead of learning anything about our goddamn company, we're gonna have some goofy people.
로자 씨의 이야기대로 시간을 돌린다 한들 각자의 피로는 계속 누적될 뿐이죠. 서로의 상태에 대한 체크가 필요한 때가 올 것이라 생각했습니다.
We need to check how far the cancer already progressed in the bones. What could it possibly be that it needs this much build-up?
그 이름하여
림버스 컴퍼니의
물까 침 삼키는 소리.
Thank you, Karen.
정기 검진.
Is this just a Korean thing where, like, there are company checkups like that? Is this an Asian thing or something like that? I do know that here in Germany don't have anything like that. I don't know why we would be so scared exactly. Regular checkup?
사실 위에서 연락이 온 건 한참 전이긴 했지. 수감자들의 검사 협조를 요청하더군.
하지만 마땅한 때를 고르기 힘들었죠.
I guess in the future it would also be a lot easier to just get to the headquarters with our cool teleport technology.
징그러울 정도로 재촉하더군. 그때 맞받아치느라 신물이 날 정도였지.
검사? 뭔 검사?
그렇게 경계할 필요 없다, 히스클리프.
Nah, one while you still can.
특히 보편적인 회사에서는 한 번씩 거쳐가는 절차니까.
I've never personally experienced it myself. It sounds like they're just checking to see how we're doing health-wise. Why did they check up on Dante himself? Don't they also check if he's doing fine? Why is nobody caring about our manager, actually? I turned around, getting ready to say White Ishmael. I need to come face to face with Ishmael's shocked expression, frozen onto her face. Why, this is unexpected. I thought Ishmael, with her worldly experiences, would leap onto this opportunity to lecture us all about how things worked outside Limbus' company.
정기 검진이라면
It's haunting her. It's coming all back.
아, 알았어. 또 설명하려는 거지? 30초만 딱 줄 테니까 빨리 끝내기로 하는 거다. 시작.
아니 정기 검진
I love my traumatized sinners.
그것만큼은
로자 양, 이스마엘 양의 표정이 그게 아닌 것 같소만.
해결사는 각 협회나 사무소의 성향과 기조에 따라 정기검진의 방식이 조금씩 다르니까.
I mean, I feel like it's very visible for my IT company. Every year we're just having a battle royale and we only have like 10 survivors, the rest is cold. Like, that's how you keep your company fit. Right? That's how you do it.
누구 한 명이
Imagine the job market in that case.
동료의 피를 손에 묻히고서야.
What kind of checkup did she have to go through? She wasn't the only one responding with a pale-faced abject horror at a suggestion.
너희 정기 검진이 뭔지 알기나 해. 어떤 일이 일어나도 정기 검진을 받아야겠다는 각오가 되어 있냐는 소리야.
What's the worst thing you're gonna do? Cut off an arm?
그 모든 걸 감내하고 인내의 각오가.
여긴 또 왜 저래? 얼굴에 핏기가 다 빠져가지고.
에이, 다들 거창하게 말씀하시는데 생각보다 그렇게 대단한 건 아니에요.
Says the man that it's gonna have the first time checkup.
저도 학교 다닐 때 1년에 한 번씩은 받았던 것 같거든요.
어떤 검사를 받았는데?
한 방에 모아놓고 키를 잰다거나 몸무게 측정을 한다거나 뭐 간단한 기초 체력 테스트 같은 걸 했었죠.
Yippee. Did you guys actually had something like this at school? Don't think we ever did get like measured height or weight or anything like that. I guess there were some fitness tests.
그런 건 왜 측정하려고 하는 것인가?
답답하군. 병사들의 현재 상태의 파악 및 분석은 간부들 입장에서 당연한 절차다.
We need to know who we can draft for the next World War.
저 학교엔 병사가 없는데요.
I remember my school did some fitness tests. Fair. I think it was very rare that we did ever something like that. To be fair, I think it's a very German thing to have what is called Bundesjugendspiele, which is like an annual, basically, sports event, where you dudes just do the normal athletics of like 100-meter runs and stuff like that. But otherwise also, I guess that is to the extent it goes. World War, you mean Wing War, am I right? Yeah, there's nothing happening in current year. But I meant the second Smoke War. It is time for a second Smoke War.
그러니까 그런 거 왜 하려고 하는 거냐고. 대체 왜 남의 옷에 벼룩이 있는지를 확인한답시고 거지 같은 냄새가 나는 약을 뿌려야 하냐는 거야.
Aww. He must have gone to this share of rough checkups too as a kid, I guess.
뻔한 걸 물어보는군. 사실 대체 언제쯤 하게 될지 기다리고 있던 참이었다.
She was waiting for the day that she finally gets confirmation that she is the best. Otis confidently marched up to the front of other sinners with an assertive grin, so she'd been waiting for this very moment.
검진의 목적. 그것은 당연히 우리의 진정한 리더를 선출하려는 것 아니겠나?
Now you're going too far. At 2 or 40?
리다라면 대장을 말하는 것이요.
He said it. Amokus. Amokus, guys. Please laugh and clap. Man, I guess at some point I should somehow still play Among Us once in my life. But I can't do it like in 20 years where I do it ironically. But I'm standing right here.
부디 불필요한 오해는 하지 말아주시면 좋겠습니다, 관리자님. 물론 우리들의 지휘자는 여기 단테님이라는 것에 아무런 의심할 여지는 없지만.
Yes, Otis. You would not even take mile 40 the moment you could have the chance for that. Okay.
늘 팽배하면서도 첨예한 논란이 있었지. 과연
She also said it. Now isn't that a peak intervallo, guys?
가장 수감자의 리더에 적합할지.
그거야 이스마일 씨 아니었나요?
Honestly,
씨라거나.
probably you would say that the most authority is Faust, right? We still don't know what is actually up and her part in all of Olympus Company itself. But even if she is kind of tossed in the position of the sinner, she has still most idea what is happening and everything. I feel like it would make sense to say it's Faust.
대체로 그렇게 생각하면서 지내오긴 했었죠.
Numbers and faces wounded by memes are awful. Man, you know what? Now I look up where it is. It is actually a great clip that Musty is a Turk. This is where I try to convince my chat instead watching my stream to watch this clip of me streaming. But yeah, it shouldn't be really a Dark Knight spoiler, but you could see my soul exiting the body in that clip. Because, you know, current here is awful. Can't wait for Heathcliff to say 6-7. God damn it. Honestly, I'm looking forward to not totally cringe when we gotta get to the part of this intervallo where Kim Ji-hoon is trying to sell us on the hoodies. Can we even still buy the hoodies?
이런 모양새니 니놈들이 항상 일사불란하지 못하고 매번 허둥대며 적을 상대하는 것 아니냐. 상관이 명령하면 두말 않고 팔굽혀펴기 500회를 실시한다거나 작전을 위해서라면 자기 자신이 으깨지는 한이 있더라도 튀어나가 아군을 승리로 이끌려는 희생정신이 곱빼기도 보이지 않는단 말이다.
Well, you know, self-sacrifice does kind of hurt.
오티스 씨, 당신 혼자서 무슨 싸움을 하고 계시는 거예요?
The whole bus.
아, 정리하자면 정기 검진은 수감자분들끼리 좁은 방에 모아놓고 우위를 가르는 행사라는 거군요.
You get it, Honglu. You do get it. Science happiness at Honglu's succinct summary.
배틀로얄. 지금까지 바라고 바라오던 일이었지.
When do we get the Olympus Battle Royale game?
그래, 한번 해보자는 거지. 알다시피 내가 뒷골목에서는 좀 먹히는 주먹이었거든.
그래, 이런 검진도 있는 법이겠죠. 각오는 됐어요.
Guys, this isn't
그래서 어디로 가야 하는 건데?
to the Great Grand Arena.
배틀. 아니, 정기 검진을 받으려면
So does seem to be under some serious misunderstanding about what the regular checkup entailed. But Faust had obviously long given up on correcting them.
우선 본사로 이동할 필요가 있습니다.
본사라 하면 림버스 컴퍼니의 본사를 말하는 것이요.
Yeah, but sadly you won't see any of
네,
that.
맞습니다.
말로만 듣던 본사를 드디어 가보네요.
The Battle Royale will come after the order just vote in Kim's VD Mihoyo stop live service. I'm gonna end myself with if it's actually just gonna be like open world gacha game. Like I don't think I could take it, man. I might at that point lose faith in like Project Moon and sustain it all. I mean, like, especially if Kim would make like just a video open world gacha game, I feel like he would super casualize it. And it would be so sad. I mean, in a sense, Limbus is already so super casualized.
출발은 지금 하면 딱 맞겠군요.
And chasing the general audience is not the thing you really want to do.
지금 아직 본인은 마음의 준비를 다 하지 않았네만. 혹시 방에 들어가서 침 좀 싸고 와도 되겠는가?
Honestly, what I really would want, to be fair, I will die on that hill that I'm actually looking forward to the auto chess mode. I'm sorry, I have a bad take, and I will enjoy it. But please, I do know that Kim made like some bad experiences with artists. Don't ever hire an artist, or well, it's not even hiring, it's more commissioning an artist, right? With how he did all his side projects. But for the love of God, why can you not do like a web novel or something like that, so we have something in between? That reminds me, we actually did get done these notes today. Maybe I should look at them, but it's not like they're gonna be too interesting. Yeah, the Social Detectives was like very rough, but honestly, I can't believe that I'm living in a timeline where I would be happy if we would just get Distortion Detective. This is even your worst take? Okay. What is my worst take? That is very important for me to know. Oh, okay, after this, I look at the Dante's notes, so you can also see my soul leaving the body.
그것은
That is...
비밀입니다.
Yep, nobody gets to know where the Limbus company headquarters are.
말씀드릴 수 있겠네요.
Yeah, take a Nikki gameplay. Oh, that is not a bad take. That is a take that will like age like fine wine. I swear. I swear. Here I was thinking you would just also go with something like how meat cheese would be horrible or something like that. But Nikki being gameplay being good is like, see that is the bad take. I see. Honestly, I'm inching closer to maybe actually going back to playing a bit of Nikki, since I probably also just gonna drop Chaos Zero Nightmare. Yippee. And maybe I should also be happy if I actually live the life of only playing like 2 gacha games. Maybe it means I have enough time to start playing an MMO again. Or doing something with my life, but is it worth it?
아, 이봐. 아니, 지금 출발하자 해놓고 어디 있는지 비밀이라고 한다면 어떻게 찾아가라는 거야?
이 버스로 갈 수 없는 장소라는 건 설마 또 워프 열차를 타야 한다는 소리를 짓거릴 셈인가?
Just pay more? Okay. I'm still slightly interested in moments, but I also don't think it's that great either from my understanding how it works. The labs do still give me fun bugs, yes. I could be making videos with them, but we're going now very far away from talking about Limbus, but hey, it's my stream, baby. I should be better at yapping anyways. But like, basically what it boils down for me is that since you have like seasons of basically 9 weeks, and for that season you are very incentivized to farm one specific chaos. And this season in Chaos, they made like the very grave mistake of like hyper optimizing that chaos for very niche amount of characters. But especially the characters that are newly releasing, which, okay, it's fair, it's a gacha game, they always want you to pull for the new characters, etc. But I feel like so many of the old characters do not work well in this chaos, and it's the chaos that I'm supposed to keep farming for all this time. Which then makes me go to basically playing the same comp over and over again, because I'm a gamer, I want to min-max the fun out of my gameplay, I just want to quickly do my weeklies, understandable. Now, that means I will use a unit called 9. And 9 is very strong DPS. If I would need to make a tier list, she's probably in the top 3 of DPS. Even like outside of like a chaos that is like hyper specifically made to make her appear better and stronger. So it basically then boils down that all the gameplay is that I'm playing the same 3-cost card every turn, and it's my whole turn, and I just bonk everyone with that card and they like die in one turn. That is the gameplay for the whole chaos, which is... It is still more engaging than doing a mirror dungeon. I still have to think somewhat. That does mean I'm just approaching that annoying part though, where it is very repetitive and I do not get the cool neuron thoughts of having to do interesting decisions. I'm just doing the same thing over and over again, but it's still more work than just passing win rate, which is annoying to me. And also, that's one thing. I felt so far gameplay was kinda carrying the game for me. And like, the thing is, I actually do not even have wailed that much this season. Like, I did not even get extra copies of the characters and they're still overpowered. I don't want to know how trivial it would be if I actually would have wailed on them. But yeah, I would say this gameplay would have carried in the stories, whatever. But I feel like, especially at this part, this far down the line, we did not get the rewrites yet, but I will say it is very fair to judge at this point what they release is the kind of story and character writing they want to release in the future. I cannot see the timeline where they somehow did not write the season 2 after the backlash of the initial story release and everything. I assume that Season 1 was still probably written beforehand, but I think that Season 2 was written afterwards, or at least somewhat also be written at this point. Which, the characters, even before I would say, kinda very flat characters personality-wise. They had like their one thing to be very stereotypical about. In a sense, okay, I don't want to go that far, but as a comparison, imagine that basically every combatant is basically lower tier of character that just goes like, man, I really love flowers. Let's talk about flowers in all my talks. It's a bit better than that. It's a step above that. But not that far. Now, this season, everyone needed to basically start simping for the main character of the game. And that means they lost even more the personality, I feel like. And yeah, it just boils down to everyone just straight up simping for the main character for no reason. But we needed to make sure to include this in the story. Also, they did like include time travel character, and I feel like they did like include this like the laziest way and somehow even more like an ex machina to just bail out the main character for no reason. I feel like they did not include her like in any way or shape interestingly in that. And that is basically why I'm kind of souring on it. But that was like my 5-minute rant. It's time to talk about Limbus again.
워프 열차는 이제 타기 싫네.
네. 이번 여정에서 워프 열차는 이용하지 않으려고 합니다.
Oh, yeah, we have the better technology.
뒷문 정도이려나요?
그래, 차라리 그 문을 통해 가면 되겠네.
그것도 나쁘지 않은 생각이요. 단, 문에 대한 정보가 부족한 경우 도착지를 명확히 알 수 없다거나.
Why is like Limbus Kami not also investing more time and research into the doors? Or maybe they do, we just don't get it.
가변적이어서 일부는 아예 다른 곳으로 이동한다거나, 혹은 중간에 문이 닫혀서 되돌아오지 못할 여행을 하게 될 수 있지만 말이요.
그거 정말 나쁘지 않은 생각인 거 맞을까요?
그럴 거면 차라리 그 개 같은 열차 타는 게 낫지. 적어도 내릴 땐 다 까먹잖아.
Yeah. As long as they don't get eaten. I wonder I wonder, you think Kim is actually ever bring up what is up with that one W Corp cleaner that actually got lost in the warped vein? Is it just forever a mystery, or will we at some point get an answer? To be honest, I didn't read the story, I just read when stages for some reason. Did Envy Packer knew with only Wien you sang well, that's fair. Honestly, I did say at the start of the stream, but I would say this intervalo probably, at least for myself, had the weakest writing. But the extra, I hope he kept the EX conditionals for the hard stages, because that was actually kinda boring fun. But hey, so yes, how are you doing?
배틀 로얄이다.
그래서 여러분들을 원하는 장소로 보내기 위한 연구를 진행했습니다.
And we funded a new company.
뒷문이라도 개조했다는 건가?
Power creep is real. It is.
비슷하네요. 정확히는 뒷문을 개조한 게 아니라 참고만 했을 뿐이지만요.
How did you even make the time for research? Weren't you doing everything with us the whole time? See, we have a research facility.
시간이 비는 틈틈이 ACA와 파우스트는 새로운 날개에 도전하는 회사와 접촉해 뒷문 안정화에 대해 여러 협력 연구를 수행했죠.
Vex to be hard now would be like 7 turns, maybe 6 even. Yeah, I honestly, I'd never really expect much from the bokgaks to actually being hard. Maybe I will be surprised pleasantly or something, but I kinda doubt it. Also, it's kinda hard to say when it actually started. I guess it kinda started with the high issues, but I think since like last season and also with the season, then power creep was real lately. We do just get so much stronger IDs these days.
새로운 날개? 아니, 공석인 엘사라도 대체하겠다는 거야?
No, it's W
질문이
Corp.
날카로울 방향이 살짝 아쉽네요, 그레고르.
You know, I wonder if is like DSS doing the same thing again, since, you know, we have the vacancy of L Corp. W Corp and T Corp are also doing like super bad because well, Lobotomy Corp is gone out and giving them cheap energy. Can we also just get Wings to replace them, or well, aspirants, and we're starting our second smoke war that way? We also get damage conditionals and good status. Yeah. Just want my cute pajama Faust and Donkey. Honestly, it would be peak.
쇠약해지는 W4의 자리를 눈독들이는
I'm
이야기입니다.
still looking forward to see the actually like first skins that are like exclusively skins, and can maybe judge the skin system that way, because so far I feel like I'm not convinced to spend my resources on just projecting the ID over another ID with how jank it is.
W4.
Okay, I don't think Kim was lying. It's more like it's gonna take them another 6 months.
그런가요? 그렇겠네요. 이미 W4의 사정이 안 좋아지고 있다는 건 아름아름 퍼지고 있었기도 하고. 기회라고 생각하긴 충분하겠네요.
It's the city after all, baby.
종종 W사의 경영 위기에 대해 집중적으로 다루고 있는 칼럼이 투고되었다. 의문의 실종 사고를 중점적으로 다루었지.
I like to think that Masor is like basically the only person on the bus that actually knows what is happening in the city, because he's the only one that reads newspapers. 6 months for a spy cheat and effects. I mean, okay, I forgot when it was actually that he mentioned we would get the UI skins. But isn't it also basically months just to get a Dyke UI skin? So, I feel like 6 months. Take it or leave it.
날개가 되기 위해 물밑 작업 중인 회사라는 말이군. 하지만 스스로 무너지기도 전에 날개의 자리를 갈아치우는 일은 쉽게 볼 수 있는 일은 아니지.
I mean, that's one way to at least very easily position yourself for once it's falling. I feel like W Corp is so preoccupied with, you know, damage control and everything. It's not like they can really do anything against anyone trying to emerge.
분명히 꿍꿍이 속셈이 있다는 것이겠지. 거기에 더해 그런 야망을 품은 자들과 협력이라. 본사는 날개 전쟁이라도 일으킬 속셈인가?
Yippee!
지금의 저는 그러한 사항까지 알 수 없습니다.
I can't wait to see the second Smoke War start in Faustkanto and then we just do time shenanigans because we cannot get to see the actual second Smoke War. Honestly, this is kind of what I assume is how the storybook versus what would also be neat is if we ever get media set in the first Smoke War. I feel like it would probably also be a very interesting time period for the city. I think I either want Smoke War media or just maybe even further back in the city's history, just like Wounds lore and stuff like that. Have some lore about how the Maliks came to be and stuff like that.
W사가 지속적으로 내외적인 풍파를 일으키는 것도 모자라 우리에게 도움을 요청했던 과거를 떠올려 본다면 그리 폭력적인 일이 일어나기도 전에 주저앉아 무너질 만도 할 것이요.
W Corp employees.
어딘가 효율적이지 못한 구석이 있다면 결국 기술이란 건 무너지기 마련이니.
Ausklordam braucht Victoria Kanto when we pick up a relic about relics. Let's go!
다행히 이쪽의 연구 결과는 효율적이었어요. 뒷문과 비슷한 형태지만 복도라는 중간 과정을 제외하고 문과 문을 직접 잇는 형태의 기술인 포탈이니까요.
그럼 부작용 같은 것도 없는 건가?
That's
아니요.
rather convenient.
비슷한 고충을 겪었죠. 도착하는 좌표의 정확성이 다소 떨어진다던가 유지 시간이 극히 짧아 중간에 문이 닫히며 신체가 절단되는 경우도 있었으니까요.
I mean, you know, we can replace the body parts though.
그래도 많이 안정되어 사지가 5갈래로 분할되는 경우는 줄었어요. 보통 반으로만 갈라진답니다.
You know, that does not inspire confidence. I'm sorry, Faust.
5보다는 2이 낫겠구려.
Look at that happy smile though. Both sound equally awful to me.
버디는 왼쪽 로신한테와 오른쪽 로신한테가 분리된 채로 본사에 당도하고 싶진 않소.
이런 쓸데없는 걱정을 나불거리는 걸 보니 요즘 버스 생활이 꽤 지루했나 본데.
You know, blame the headquarters. They could release content more often with Chilius, okay?
뭐 너희들이 시간을 흘려보내는 동안 연구 결과께서는 잘 도착하신 것 같군.
I do wonder if we got the Eye of Recognition out of Valencina. Good question. Depends if we send an after team immediately. Maybe part of us going back to the houses fight is also between the relics or something. Him getting level 10 though would be peak. Honestly, maybe it is because deep down I'm a Veep, which is very surprising for a VTuber on the internet to say. I know, shame on me. But there's some cope left in me, some small cope that for the second intervallo, we're gonna get basically more or less more plate lineage IDs. Please, please, imagine getting another Kim ID. This time, make me actually claim some bones. I saw a large and unfamiliar vehicle through the window.
저거야? 뭔 창문도 안 보이고.
시끄럽군. 전원 하차.
That's the last time we will ever see the bus again. Okay, but I know it has been like half an hour ago that we brought up Dundas notes, but let's quickly look at Dundas notes before I do. As you know, with Quackheim 1 and Quackheim 2, it is possible. What did we learn new things? Oh, goddammit. Concept Incinerator. Singularity of a wing capable of permanently erasing or destroying technologies. Its potency and scope of effect depend on the price paid, but a reasonably powerful concept incinerator can erase every document related to the incinerator technology, photographs and even memories, leaving behind nothing, or if something somehow does survive, as much and nothing more. Does the concept incinerator delete a concept like it never existed, or does it just smudge our perception of it? Ross elaborated with an example, deleting the general concept of, say, a clock. Why does she want to get rid of Dante? Requires literally everything, even tangentially related to clocks, getting chucked into the concept incinerator. But deleting only a specific model of a clock is as easy as tossing its blueprint in. In other words, the smaller scope equals easier incineration equals cheaper eraser. Also, was it only one? Do we get a vessel? I guess we do get a vessel on a schedule then. But yeah, that is the new dungeon note we've gotten. I hope you are happy now. Yeah, I forgot to put also in the new announcer. I did try to get a new announcer and I did not use it. But yeah, it's not like that was new information we didn't have yet. I'm still glad that in a sense we do get a compendium like that though. Once we disembarked the bus, we made our way into this unfamiliar vehicle of sorts. Its interior was mostly metallic, filled to the brim with convoluted-looking machines. On the opposite end of the entrance, a massive door loomed over us.
여기는
이 장치의 개발을 위해서는 P사의 협력 또한 필요했죠.
그러면
세사라군과 결탁하였는가?
A little bit. We struck a deal, but it's fine. It will not come bite us in our ass that we left behind our Don Quixote.
아이고, 본인도 기운을 차리고 나서 바로 만나 영웅적인 의뢰의 완성을 뽐내려 하였건만 혼자 그렇게 만나고 다니. 파우스트 군도 치사한 구석이 있네.
Yes.
다음엔 조금
No foreshadowing here. Paul seemed relieved.
대신 그렇게나 궁금했던 레인버스 컴퍼니에 본사에 당도할 수 있게 되었으니
여러분들을 지금껏 본사로 불러들인 적이 없었던 것에는 많은 이유가 있습니다만 하나하나 열거하는 건 시간 낭비긴 하니 생략하도록 하죠.
But you know, the bus has a long drive. We could talk about it afterwards.
생략해준다니 다행이구만.
Honestly, like, I guess it would also be kinda neat thing for a web novel or something like that. It doesn't need to be on the scope of Distortion Detective. Why do we not basically just get random stories of what the sinners do in the off time on the bus? Why do we not get to have, like, nice story chapter about them just playing their Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like that?
주된 이유로만 말씀드리자면 저희 부서 특성상 도시 간의 이동이 잦고 일정하지 않은 작전 배치로 인해서 본사로 불러오기까지의 제약이 많았다는 것입니다.
그래도 말하긴 하는구나.
It's her job.
잠깐. 그건 그렇다 치고 피사와의 협력은 왜 필요했다는 것이지?
아, 또 길어지겠네.
피사의 특이점은 한마디로 요약하자면 공간 확장 왜곡 기술입니다.
Yippee. Well, honestly, couldn't you also kind of weaponize that thinking about it?
그러고 보니 최사라 씨가 피사 특이점의 원리가 라만차랜드와 비슷하다고 말했다 하셨죠?
Right, the Munchland was much larger on the inside than it looked from the outside.
안 그래도 궁금한 게 있었어요. 공간 확장 기술이라는 건 다른 날개에서도 빈번하게 사용하는 특이점이 아니었나요? 뭐랄까, 피사만의 특색이라고 하기에는 이미 도시 전역에서 보편적으로 상용화된 기술인 것 같아서요.
그건 상당히 수준 높은 질문이네요.
You know, if you put it like that, you kinda calling you stupid, not gonna lie.
좋겠네. 칭찬도 듣고.
이스마일 씨의 말대로 공간 확장 기술은 다른 날개에서도 활용하여 쓰이고 있는 기술입니다. 이 메피스토 팰레스도 공간 확장 기술을 활용하여 만든 버스지만 피사의 특이점은 아닌 것처럼요. 피사만이
Yippee.
가지고 있는 공간 확장 기술의 최종 목표는 세상에서 가장 안전한 곳을 만드는 것.
I do love my nice bunker, yes.
외부에서 가해지는 어떠한 충격으로도 건물이 무너지고
I should also play Lobotomy Corp again at some point. If only there would be a way to capture the feelings you have of playing Lobotomy Corp blindly.
따라서 자본이 많이 투입된 피사 기술일수록 극한의 외부 압력이나 충격 등이 가해져도 내부는 완벽하게 지켜낼 수 있습니다. 마치 다른 차원의 공간처럼 외부와 일체 단절을 시켜주는 것과 유사한 효과입니다. 그래서 차량의 외부는 피사의 특이점을 활용하여 본사로 이동하는 동안 그 어떤 충격에도 보호를 할 수 있게 되었습니다.
And still, you can get attacked by the fingers in it.
가능하게 되었죠.
I guess no. I guess the one we had was a cheaper one, right? And I kind of forgot it was. But I guess it was a different one.
다른 차원의 공간으로 이동시켜주는 수단이라면 차원 가방이란 것도 있지 않나? 응? 싱클, 왜 갑자기 죽는 소리를 내?
학교 다닐 때 친구들 사이에서 돌았던 괴담 같은 게 있었는데요.
It's just a ghost story.
지자체 협회 직원이 집에 택배를 운송해줬는데 아주 잠깐 한눈판 사이에
Is this like the only mention of Deviat in the actual main story? Don't think they are really mentioned otherwise, right? Which is also sad. On one hand, I very much do prefer getting more named characters now with how the seasons are structured and everything. But getting to see also, you know, some associations would be nice. All I'm saying is I want overall more IDs. But also please make it cheaper to uptie them. I want my cake and I want to eat it too, okay?
호기심이 많은 어떤 아이가 그 딜리버리 캐리어 안에 들어갔다가 그만 더 이상은 말 못하겠어요. 그 괴담 때문에 일주일 동안 잠을 설쳤단 말이에요.
David is mentioned like twice. Before the end of the stories, yeah.
에이, 아이 괴담은 그냥 괴담일 뿐이겠지.
It's just a normal delivery company. It's just a normal Amazon.
않던데요. 유감스럽지만 싱클레어 씨의 일주일간의 악몽 속 내용은 아마도 전부 사실일 것입니다.
You know, sometimes those are the things you should not say out loud,
그
Faust.
사건 이후 실수로 사람이 차원 가방 안에 넣어진 채 배송되는 일은 없도록 하나협회와 제바치 협회에 각종 규약이 추가되었죠.
Once is here, once is in Kanda 9 before the first middle fight. Fair.
그러면
W사에서 행하였던 워프 기술도 비슷한 성격 같소.
Once mentioned the song is with like create one day yet fixer. To be fair, I kind of forgot what the song is even about, so fair. But yeah, we did not get to hear much about them.
다른 차원으로 보내되 포장을 보다 안전하게 하여 사람을 온전하게 이동시키는 기술이니 말이오.
맥락은 상통한다고 볼 수 있죠.
아무튼 이 이동 장치만 있으면 언제든지 본사로 갈 수 있다는 거지?
It is kind of convenient. Now, nothing else would happen to it, right?
다만 이 이동 장치를 둥지 곳곳에 끌고 다니려면 절차에 상당한 시간이 소요될 텐데 그 부분은 마무리된 건가?
아니요. 대신 P사의 기술과 신생 W사의 기술을 활용하여 만든 효율적인 이동 장치를 도시각 둥지에 점진적으로 배치할 예정입니다. 멤버스 컴퍼니 본사와 물리적인 소통이 가능하게 말이죠.
I also realized, like, since I do assume that this technology will, kinda take over in the city, at least in the future. If you would ever want to put an RPG into the city, that's why a role-playing game, not the bokgaks. I guess we do have like a very convenient fast travel from checkpoints. You could have your teleporting bonfires. You can have just your teleport into the back rooms where you can heal up. Basically, I guess if some of the technologies, depending how you want to justify it, you can even like justify you getting revived there and everything, right? So this is just build up that we get our city RPG. I mean, you can also, it doesn't even need to be a video game. Honestly, a good pen and paper system for the setting would also be nice. I know there's a lot of fan-made things, but it's not like they're super fleshed out that way yet. Surely Project Moon can just allocate some people into making a pen and paper role-playing game. It cannot be as bad as the 14 one.
모든 둥지예요?
그럴 리가. 아직은 테스트를 가동하는 중인 실험 모델이다. 들어가는 가격도 어마어마하다는 소리지.
Chili's gave us a firm clarification.
그럼 가동하겠습니다.
Ours tinkers with various machines and contraptions within the vehicle, and a giant door from earlier began to tremble, making a loud noise.
저 문은 갑자기 왜 떨리고 있는 겐가?
연결된 에너지가 저 문으로 모여들고 있구려.
Time for the Stargate. When the gauge displays around the glowing door filled, the door began to slowly open.
서죠.
When it fully opened, Faust made her way inside, like it was just another door. She has faith that she will not get dissected. Well, let's follow her inside. There was the bizarre and incomprehensible noise of machines, coupled with a low droning noise.
도착했군요. 멤버스 컴퍼니의 본사에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
The basement you will not leave. This place is teeming with people dressed in all sorts of odd outfits, walking briskly between the busy schedules. I hear heavy doors opening and closing from here and there, alongside that odd sensation I've been feeling from time to time.
C 부서의 층입니다.
Yippee! LCE? Yeah, call it the Limbus Company Extraction Department, if you can call it in Keflin.
언젠가는 당당하게 본사 정문으로도 들어갈 날이 왔으면 좋겠네.
It's time for Hohenheim, yippee! Here with intent, oh, it's like all the Pecatulas. Okay, oh yeah, this is the 7th fight anyways. This is a kinda cursed scuffed team. I guess since this, I don't think it's that much of an ad fight to really do say that Hornet Missile would be better.
함께하죠.
Does the Burn Quackenheim give you more stuff? Nah, it is already what? Oh, why do I have not the ego equipped? Am I stupid? I'm stupid. How is this the one I forgot to put ego is on? Well, yeah, the only thing that gives you extra is for culture. Then, like, the Faust and Yisang IDs. The new Quackenheim ID for the Centipede. And the new Faust Ego. But imagine owning those. I forgot. I did say I did get this. We can listen to the LCE Bosos.
입정을 알리는 음악 소리가.
Yeah, he is. What a nice meeting.
언제까지 이딴 식으로 입 다물고 있을 건데? 누가 소개라도 시켜줘야 할 거 아니야.
First stabbing contest.
누구도 날 소개해줄 생각이 없는 것 같으니 스스로 소개하겠네. 나는 이 회사의 수석 연구원 호헨하임이네.
Man, I do remember that like a year ago I had the hope that since it's Hohenheim that we would also get more Faust lore in this intervallo. This was good time.
정확히는 LCE 부서의 수석 연구원이시죠.
좀 더 정확히는 림버스 컴퍼니 전체를 아우르기도 하지.
Yeah, but just because we have Faust, okay?
더욱 정확하게 말씀드리자면 저랑 이상 씨가 수감자 신분이 되어버려 연구원 집합에서 제외된 것이 가장 주된 이유겠죠. 누군가는 남아서 연구를 해야 하니까요.
그러니까 두 분은 친구 사이신가 보군요.
Yeah, the loving colleagues.
관계에 대한 정의를 할 생각은 없지만 구태여 해야 한다면 원치는 않지만 피치 못하게 정기적인 연락을 주고받아야 하는 사이라고 할 수 있을 것 같군요.
That's my favorite kind of acquaintance.
서로를 알게 된 후 최초로 이루어진 의견 일치였네. 듣자 하니 우리 부서에서 여러 번 연락을 취했다고 하더군. 이 정기 검진을 위해서 말이야.
이미 아시는 줄 알았습니다만 저희 LCB 부서는 특성상 계속 도시 이곳저곳을 돌아다녀야 합니다. 연락에 바로 답신할 만큼 여유로운 상태가 아니었죠.
Exactly.
알고 있었지. 방금 같은 말만 자동응답기처럼 반복해서 답신했다는 것도 말일세.
To be fair, you know, in their defense, it did feel kind of like a waste of time coming here.
그렇다면 이쪽이 림버스 컴퍼니 수감자들의 관리자 직책을 맡고 있는 관리자.
Oh, sorry, I clicked to. I'd like to say hi. Nice to meet you. But I don't suppose he can hear what I'm saying.
관리자님께서 반갑다고 말씀하시네요.
나도 반갑네. 누군가를 이끌어야 한다는 건 언제나 고되고 고통스럽지.
Finally, somebody gets me.
말이 제대로 통하지 않는 자들과 일하는 건 말이야. 우리 부서의 연구원들과도 이야기하다 보면 같은 언어를 사용하는 것이 맞는지 의심이 될 때가 있거든.
I guess you always kind of have that. Especially, it must be kind of feel like that for a research or something like that. I guess it also depends from person to person. There's some people are a lot more skilled in actually explaining concepts to other people. I don't think I even am the best person to really explain concepts to other people or something like that. I'm also stupid in my own way.
그런데 조금 특이하군. 이자들의 옷이.
Excuse me, it's peak. We need more ego suits. Ego suits for every sinner. That's my promise if you vote me the executive manager.
아, 미리 소개해두지. 각각 맡은 거 알리사라네. 몇 안 되는 내 휘하의 연구원이지.
Look what bright future they have ahead of them.
제출한 건가요? 하지만 어떻게?
So we just stole everything from Lobotomy Corp.
알아봐줘서 기쁘군.
부 엘사의 장비인가요?
부분적으로는 유사한 양상이 포착되지만 완전히 동일한 궤체는 아닌 듯하다.
그래, 림버스 컴퍼니만의 방식으로 추출하려 했네. 보다시피 성공했고.
Wonder what really the difference is, how they extract the gear.
림버스 컴퍼니식으로 에고 장비가 만들어졌다는 소식은 접했지만 직접 보는 것은 처음이군요.
I mean, it is also cope, but you know, with how the LCE is set up, it would be prime material to just make a sequel to Lobotomy Corp that way. I do miss Lobotomy Corp. Can we just please get a Lobotomy Corp sequel and then also a Wuna sequel?
그렇다는 건 환상체를 격리하고 있다는 거네요.
So that's why I've been seeing sensing abnormalities in here, huh? But I'm sensing distortions in Bekatula too.
네, 그것들 또한 AC 부사에겐 격리, 연구 대상이니까요.
If you want to, oh right, I forgot the goddamn skill names. I was closely observed the Eco Gear Hohenheim was wearing like an exceptionally harsh judge in a fashion contest.
마감이 살짝 흐트러진 것을 제외하고는 전반적인 에고 추출 완성도는 나쁘지 않군요.
Yippee!
소감 고맙군. 이걸 멀쩡하게 추출하기 위해 수천 번의 반복 실험과 실패가 있었지.
I do kinda look forward to actually get his ID, the charge ID, since I feel like charge is still at a bad spot, but the support of it does look kinda baller.
하지만 결국 내가 해냈네. 언제나 그렇듯.
당신 직원들이 뒤에서 많이 듣고 있는데 너무
Yeah, it was all him. Was all him. He's a one-man team.
익숙해요.
모르겠네. 여기나 저기나 제잘난 맛에 사는 놈밖에 없잖아. 그러다가 누구 하나 진심으로 팔 수 있을 것 같은데. 빨리 끝내고 버스로 돌아가면 안 되겠냐?
Yeah, we're gonna be here for like 5 more hours. I'm sorry, Heathcliff.
이쪽도 그렇게 하고 싶은 마음이 굴뚝 같네. 입사 일에 처음으로 하는 단체 검진이다 보니 밀려있는 게 한두 개가 아니야. 자네들.
Yeah, it's very important that we also do power rankings.
파우스트도 이곳에서 시간을 무의미하게 지나가게 하고 싶진 않네요. 시작하시죠.
So that is why Faust is like best wife. That's why I need a Faust in my life.
첫 번째 순서는 위기 대응 능력 테스트라네.
방금 뭔가를 꾹 누른 것 같은데.
He just released the Pekatula. Emergency situations? The walls of the laboratory suddenly started separating and sliding into place. When it settled, realized that it had locked the sinners away in some kind of hold, isolating them from me, Virgilius and Karen.
이건 그냥 기습인 거 아닌가요?
그야 기습 시의 행동 방식과 대처 능력을 파악하는 테스트니까 그렇네만.
Yippee. Was this discussed beforehand, Virgilius?
다급해 보이는군요. 따뜻해. 뭐 예상을 못했다는 건 당신이나 나나 마찬가지겠지.
Okay, I mean, to be fair, why would you need to be informed of it?
이럴 땐 저들 의도에 맞게 그런가 보다.
Flo mentioned, yippee!
저는 카론과 어디 사무실에서 차라도 한 잔 마시고 있을 테니 끝나면 파우스트 씨와 함께 부르러 오시지요.
Do they even have a nice staff room down here?
타론, 케이크도 같이 먹고 싶어.
아, 저번에 축하 파티하고 남은 게 있을 거예요. 이쪽으로
Yippee! An employee appeared and led Virgilius and Karen away into a nearby office room. Okay, so this is the regular checkup, huh? Let's get this done. It's time to press the win weight button.
관리자가 유사시
Fine.
병리되었을
In a
때
sense, maybe I should have thought
진지하게 임하게.
the high issues, but it would have been boring. I do just want the best win weight though. Und New Quacker, he's insanely good on bowling. Why the fact does his skill 2 roll as 3 levels and not even cost charge? But yeah, he can support charge like no other as well. He does like supply charge stupid amounts, especially if you would use his ADDD ego too. I don't think that charge will overall get too much support this season. I don't see it getting that many more charge IDs with what I expect we're getting. But I do assume that Quack will also be just a stable in charge teams for a long while now. I mean, in a sense, it's also nice donks for Queen of Fate with Dawn. And I guess also Knight of Despair. But I feel like Knight of Despair you really would only run in sinking team. Queen of Fate with you got away with running in charge team because envy resonance. Maybe you do keep running her in a charge team with the new Dragon. I wonder if whatever middle ID we are still getting this season. I mean, we're at least getting one. I'm not sure we're getting more, but you know, it would be an opportune intervallo bokgak to get Ricardo. To also just have something that buffs all of the middle, so there's maybe a reason to run Middle Dawn. Otherwise I feel bad about the Middle Dawn ID. This does 3 basic is really good, and if he spends 20 charge, he gets the perma-buffed one if you run him on one slot, which he should anyway to give allies more charge. Yeah, perma-buff does 3 is what I mean. He is a machine. To be fair, I mean, we had the multi-quack Heathcliff ID for charge support, but it was 2-star ID that was outdated. Otherwise, he also only really had egos that kinda helped with charge. So having a more supportive ID is very nice. I still feel like charge needs something more mechanically to really bring them together. Because on concept, charge is like, I will say this is like the most boring status because it's literally your builder spender. They added like the potency so that you get some damage out of it if you use it enough, but it's not an interesting mechanic. Yeah, instead it costs HP and okay, I did not, I mean I don't have the man yet and did try him out. So I don't know how it actually would work in actual situation. But considering he gains also all the shield, him just eating that up for charge seems pretty good. I love win waiting in my video game. To be fair, the later fights will be more interesting. I am also kinda glad that, like last Kanto, there was not that many Pekatula fights. There goes my Faust. I think I did put backup in this time around, right? Remove one MDI to floor 10. Then clear my weekly of that. That is fair. I hate how slowly we're getting the achievements. So far I'm just doing my weekly hard 1 to floor 5. But I want to grind it hard basically once we have all the achievements. And then go... I have like so much saved up in Keflin at this point. I want to use up. I'm yearning for the mines a little bit. But I cannot feel that motivated when I feel like I'm losing out on achievements and I would have to redo them. We went through various tests, including command ability trials using Pekatula NVIDIA.
본인 만점을 받았네.
Is it 69?
돈 기호테 양에게 질 줄은 학업에 더욱 정진해.
Okay, how?
아니 이상 씨, 그 해결사 협회에 관한 문제였잖아.
맞아. 해결사 매니아는 버스에 한 명이면 충분하다고.
Fixer fixation is kind of funny word to say. All kinds of general knowledge and trivia quizzes.
새로운 사람을 만났을 때 어떤 걸 먼저 주목하시나요?
You focus on the eyes. I am that smart.
전투력? 아이씨 어렵네.
리더십을 발휘할 때의 스타일은
결정적이고 목표 지향적이다.
That's a good leadership.
메르소 씨가요?
We are finally allowed a quick break after going through all kinds of mysterious, strange personality tests as well. Okay, but it's very important to know which Pokemon they would be, okay?
다음은 수감자 전원의 기초 체력 검진이라네. 이제야 본격적인 검진을 시작할 수 있겠군.
Let's go. On the exercise bike, you all go.
이때까지 저희가 받은 건 다 뭐였는데요?
That's just curiosity.
LC 부서에서 이때까지 궁금했던 여러 자료를 수집하기 위한 일종의 사심 채우기 시간이었죠.
Yippee!
그래도 검진 결과부터 여러분을 서포트하는데 필요한 여러 정보를 수집할 수 있는 유익한 시간이었어요.
I mean, in a sense that is true. You know, maybe they could give us some nice equipment for the sinners and stuff like that, no?
자, 이제 빠르게 단체 검사부터 할 거니까 여기 모여주세요.
Some 2 poke, 2 1 charge, some running Tremor. I mean, Tremor is still so good for MDI though with the Eco Gifts.
이렇게 서 있으면 되는 건가?
It's time to chill for the hoodies, let's go!
남은 게 많아 보이니까 빨리빨리 하죠.
그래도 나눠주신 이 옷 말이에요. 착용감이 굉장히 좋네요.
Can you still buy them? You know, now I'm curious. This is very important for a joke. Okay, let's.
그러게. 잠옷으로 입고 다녀도 되겠어?
Don't think you can. Or at least I wouldn't find the official. Yeah. But I don't think I find the hoodie anymore. It would make sense that, you know, at this point the sale would be done.
잠옷? 나눠드렸던 옷은 LC 귀속이어서.
Or you can just buy yourself one for $59.99.
본격적인 거 하기 전에 여기 팔목 좀 봐줘. 영 뻐근한데 시계를 안 돌려주는 거 있지.
It's fine. You know, just like amputate your leg and you will have to rewind. Yeah.
그런 걸로 시계를 돌리려 하는 건 좋지 않은 습관인 듯하오. 메르소군이 봐줄 수 있을 거라 생각하네만.
원한다면 언제든지 준비는 되어 있다.
Yippee. Who wouldn't love to have Masaurus, their doctor?
아니다. 갑자기 싹 괜찮아졌어. 내려주세요. 까치발하신 분은 다 보이니까 내려주시고요.
Is the height that important? I guess it's still for gear and stuff.
저는 똑바로 서 있었는데요.
Man, Sinclair is kinda manlet.
그리고 저 체력 검진 전에 다들 담배는 꺼주실 수 있나요?
No, his lungs. Actually, who has the cigarette? I guess it is actually Vyosha. Vyosha's lungs need. Okay, I guess I Quack also does. No, that is the same. Her lungs must be filled with smoke. That's her only way to live.
아 이건 그냥 폼으로 물고 있는 거라.
God damn it.
저 다른 분은
용기는 가상했고 꺼져.
일단 단체 기초 검사는 끝났습니다.
검진을 실행하기 전에 급히 테스트를 진행하느라 중요한 걸 한 가지 빼먹었고.
How important could that be then?
조수.
Assistant?
테스트를 원활하게 이끄는 걸 도와줄 조수가 필요하다네.
그거라면 자기 뒤에도 있지 않나? 2명이나.
저희는 호에나임 씨의 조수가 아닙니다.
We're just here to watch.
그래, 그 둘의 차이는 굉장히 크지. 검진을 도와줄 조수를 자네들 중 한 명이 맡아줬으면 하는데.
Would you suddenly waste a hand? I would love to not do work. Sometimes I wonder why Dante gets to speak. Well, it is very important for him, okay? It is some characterization.
차원을 받을 생각은 없었지만 일단 손을 들었으니 말해보게.
And, you know, maybe in another life he was just a cash register and that he makes coin sorts. Fair. Okay, you know, see, he was just like a park ticket clock. That is where his head comes from.
나는 시키지 말아줘. 이런 건 적성에 안 맞아서. 아! 연구원 시켜주면 해볼만 하겠는데? 이 옷은 좀 마음에 들거든.
What a trade off greedily caressing the clothes of one of the researchers.
왜 이러세요?
It does look comfy.
고려조차 하지 않았던 사항이었지만 참고하도록 하지.
저도 사양하겠습니다.
Yippee!
통상적으로 저자의 조수라는 것은 호엔하임이라는 소년 연구원보다 부족한 실력을 갖췄다는 걸 의미하는 것일 테니까요.
I mean, you can still assist somebody by being better than them.
역시나 뽑아줄 사람은 생각도 안 했지만 열렬한 의사에는 다시 감사를 표하지.
어차피 끼리끼리 붙어서 틀린 걸 지적하지 않으면 온몸에 발진이 돋아나는 병에 걸린 것 마냥
That is a good question, Heathcliff. Who thought this was a good idea?
저는 학창 시절에 부반장으로서 반장을 보필하여 근면하고 모범적인.
I'm proud of you, Sinclair. Let's go.
아니 다들 왜 긴장을 하고 있어?
Wanna skip work? It's that easy.
나서는 거 귀찮은 일이라니까. 하지만 왠지 뽑혀야 할 것 같은 느낌이었단 말이에요.
Aw.
자,
Group pressure. Let's go.
참고로 모든 판단 기준은 전적으로 내 주관적인 견해인 참고하시게. 거기 주황머리 수감자.
Ishmael almost threw me to the ground as he confidently strode up to the front of the line. Oof.
안심하세요, 호에나임 씨. 제 서류를 보셨다면 아시겠지만 전 예전에 일한 협회와 사무소에서도 많은 분들의 기대를 충족시켰거든요.
I think you might have let down Captain Ahab.
혹시 나중에 본사로 자리 이동 신청을 할 기회가 온다면 커리어에 반영될까요?
Man, she thinks he will ever be free of being a sinner.
아니 그거 아직도 건재한 야심이었어? 포기.
주황머리 수감자 뒤에 있는 수감자를 말한 거였다네. 자네가 너무 앞에 나와 있어서 보이지.
Okay, but you are wasting time here. You could have just said his goddamn name. Everyone turned around to look at Heathcliff, who was absent-mindedly scratching at the bridge of his nose.
뭐야? 나?
Yes, you. It seemed that Ishmael was even more shocked than Heathcliff was.
왜요? 왜 저를 두고 저런...
Because he is a professional. He will not keep talking for 5 hours.
대부분의 연구자는 종종 그릇된 실수를 범하곤 하지. 고등한 교육 과정을 수료하고 경력이 화려할수록 호수한 닌자라고 말이야.
Honestly, see, he has a point.
너무나 상식적인...
Might not be worth it to go to university in current year. I guess it depends on what you're studying. But oof, it is job market. Am I right, fellas?
하지만 대부분의 위대한 발견은 즉흥과 직관으로 이루어진다는 사실을 알고 있나? 그야말로 이자에게 딱 들어맞지.
He has the street smarts. We give him that.
어떤가 히스클프군. 자네의 저돌적인 직관성과 열정 넘치는 그 기세는 나를 대신해서 이자들을 통솔하고 이끌 자격이 충분하다고 보네만.
He can cat herd the sinners at least.
그런가?
He replied, scratching his head.
솔직히 말해 이상 씨, 당신도 은근히 기대하고 있었지?
Oh, don't rub it in.
시대의 주류는 언제나 바뀌어가는 것이 필연일 테요.
That is how media goes.
언젠가는 추억과 과거의 영역으로 비켜나는 것도 지식인의 도리.
Bygone days mentions, let's go. Yisang replied with a particularly downcast look.
나의 조수가 된 것을 환영하네.
그럼 뭐 내가 뭐부터 하면?
You need to look smart.
어려울 것 없어. 자네가 가진 그 자유분방한 기질을 있는.
Ishmael has bygone days, Yisang has bygone days, exactly.
그 타이밍이군요. 호에나이님은 누구를 휘어잡아야 편안해지는지 훤히 알고 계신다니까요.
Martin whispered quietly at me in a voice that only I could hear. It is a cute drawing though of the sinners. It is nice to see them lined up like that.
개체의 행동 패턴 추출 완료.
E assistant.
다음 연구로 이어나갈 수 있겠군요.
Heathcliff seemed eager too, as Hohenheim had suggested, express his free spirit to the best of his capabilities.
야, 다들 줄 똑바로 서. 일렬로.
Hey, Musty. How are you doing? Did you win at cat game? Did you win your one? Also, it is very funny in the sense to think that, yeah, you know, we are making this in-universe Limbus company hoodies, and we decided our mascot is just a smelter, man. He has a very merchandisable face, you know? Oh, that's one side what I did pretty well. Let's go! Pro gamer there.
그런데 히스클리프 씨도 저희랑 같이 검사를 받는 거 아닌가요?
I'm just reliving this nice intervallo. I can't wait for the fights.
그건 맞지만 나는 조수라고.
You did. Let's go. I think it's a. It might be a very controversial take, but maybe killing Hitler is a good thing. So I'm proud of you. Also realize I can probably slightly increase the size of the chat widget on this. This is where I gotta pick my whole chat. Okay, that should maybe be slightly nicer even.
언제부터 안경을 쓰고 계셨던 거예요?
Every researcher comes equipped with sunglasses. I still hate the scene so much. That humor just does not land with me.
연구자의 기본 소양 중 하나라네.
It did have the neat fights, and it also had the X conditions that were like different for once, other than just clearing in X amount of turns. I hope they brought it back.
특히 이렇게 안경을 지켜 세우면 조금 더 학술적이고 지적인 소양을 가진 분위기를 낼 수 있지.
Okay, but you know what? We should bring back those classes with the Bibles in them.
오늘 점심은 무엇을 먹는 게 좋을까 하며 안경테를 만지면 조금 더 고차원적인 고민을 하는 걸로 보이는 것과 같은 이치죠.
Honestly, it is a more profound aspect of life to figure out what you have for dinner. Or well, for lunch. I think it is a very human question everyone can relate to. And honestly, food is the one thing that will most of the time bring me joy. So, you know, having some well thought out dinner plans is nice. I do enjoy looking forward to the food I'm having.
야, 서로 피곤한 일 만들고 싶지 않으면 담배 불 꺼라.
오랜만에 도화지가 꽥꽥대는 소리가 나는군.
It's time to halve this man into two.
아이, 좀 끄라면 꺼.
He's actually pretty effective.
이제야 간신히 테스트를 실시할 수 있겠군.
이번 테스트의 핵심은 입사 전의 신체 능력과 지금이 얼마나 차이점을 띠느냐입니다.
Right, they are stronger, but their cognitive function that we do since all we're doing is pressing win weight. I see. So let's try to see how much they've progressed since before they joined the company. I had a feeling this would happen, but a mere mention of the words progression caused a rather loud ruckus among the sinners.
저는 말입니다, 관리자님. 성장이라는 단어를 언제나 몸에 지닌 채 살고 있다 자부할 수 있습니다.
Honestly, that is a good character trait though.
그리하여 지금은 기존보다 더 매섭고 날카롭게 상대에게 지적의 회초리질을 휘두를 수 있게 되었죠.
I mean, honestly, maybe the precise is a good. The scathing does sound a bit too negative, but it is also good to give like constructive criticism. Okay, I want to say I do enjoy getting constructive criticism. I mean, it is still nice, but does anybody really super much enjoy it? It is good to know what you're doing wrong, but you will still slightly dent my pride. Is that progress though?
나는 조금 더 생각의 자리를 양보하는 법을 배우게 된 것 같소.
Let's go, character development.
이를테면 예전엔 조금 더 많은 것에 의미 부여를 하며 생각에 잠식만 될 뿐이었지만 이젠 조금 더 받아들이면서 살아가고 있어.
Yeah, he finally found the copium of it is what it is. Oh.
그리하여 가끔은 조금 더 편할 대로 생각하게 되어버렸지. 흘러가는 대로 좋지 않은가?
He is so happy. Okay, I guess that is progression of sorts.
저는 예전보다 편식은 하지 않게 되었어요.
Let's go. That's also a good thing.
악력도 많이 는 것 같고.
They grow up so fast.
여기 보세요. 손바닥에 굳은 살도 좀 잡힌 것 같아요.
Relatable.
구태여 그렇게 증명하려고 하지 않아도 저희가 상대하고 있는 적들이 점점 강해지고 있는 건 틀림없는 사실이니까요.
Yeah, have you heard about this thing called power creep?
저희의 1년은 남들의 1년과는 달랐을 테니.
I do wonder how the overall balance really is gonna be in the future. With now that we have the retry stage thingy, I guess it was still a bit of experimental last Kanto. with, you know, being able to spend lunacy to just keep going. I wonder if... I don't think they got really negative feedback for that. At least I did not see negative feedback so far. I wonder if Project Moon will make tougher fights in the future for now.
잔혹하지만 동시에 뜻깊은 일련이었어.
It would be kinda neat till the monkey paw does do the thing where I somehow will be skill issued on stream for 2 hours and I will feel bad about myself. But hey, that is content, baby.
그러게요. 조금 더 서로에게 끈끈해진 것도 그렇고 말이죠.
끈끈이라. 저 너희네 두고.
아, 따스한 이야기와 함께 뭔가 오해가 불거진 것 같았기에.
Oh, but come on, we're having our moment here.
결론부터 말하자면 자네들은 입사와 동시에 모든 능력치가 하향되었다네. 하향 평준화지.
Don't use the feature and think it's cringe, but I also don't see problem with it. I mean, okay, I also won't use the feature, but you think it's okay, in what way do you think it's problematic? Because honestly, I do prefer basically having a feature like this over just nerving every stage into the ground, especially since I feel like it was always so early that it got nerfed. Thought about it for more than 5 seconds. I mean, it does have its negative side effects. You could also make a case that they now specifically will design status to kinda extract money out of players and stuff like that. But honestly, there are valid points, but I just see it as a hopeful way to have more interesting and harder fights in the future. Now, I might also be wrong.
하향 평준화?
쉽게 풀어서 이야기하자면 모두가 여기 있는
Yeah, to level 1.
11번 수감자와 엇비슷해졌었다는 거지.
그 비유의 주체가 왜?
Come on, to be fair, you're probably the youngest, I think, and not really trained in combat.
아, 자네가 방금 말한 끈끈이 혹시 이런 걸 의미했다면 나쁘지 않은 단어 선택이었던 것 같군.
I mean, they could just let you revive for free for people who need it. Okay, that would be, in a sense, the best solution. But yeah, that we will never get. I do wonder, I don't think we got a statistic, but a statistic of how many people actually use this feature would be interesting. Or at easy mode. That's also fair. I mean, see, I think it is basically the version of easy mode. If you want to make it fair, I guess it would be making it free, basically, since you would still kinda lose out on lunacy, because I'm pretty sure if you use that feature, you cannot get the EX reward of the stage anymore. So you do lose out on an inkling of lunacy anyways, even if it would be free. But yeah, I don't think they have the resources to really put it in easy mode, since that would take too much time and effort for them again. It's easy mode, but you need to pay them. That's also a fair way to look at it. But it is basically just easy mode.
야, 배트말 취소해.
But it depends what you want of the game. Honestly, I really would. It depends on your philosophies, but I really don't think it would be too bad if there's sometimes basically some stages that can gatekeep you if you do not interact enough with the gameplay. Have some skill checks basically, and I guess since it's a gacha game, it is also kind of a check of how well built the account is, etc., etc. And there can be very different opinions of how much there really should be in it. But I still basically take that, and having like fights that are hard there to teach concepts to the player that we can keep up vamping difficulty of fights and are not just stuck with trash fights forever that you can just win way too. But yeah, the game system overall also has a lot of problems in regards of that. It is very random. Speed for one can fuck you over easily. The 5%, even if at 45 sanity, can fuck you over for the very important clashes. Since how a lot of the fights are designed is that there's like 2 or 3 very important turns, the rest doesn't matter as much, and you can get fucked if you somehow lose the 5% there. The sanity system overall is not the most fun. I mean, that's the reason why so many times the enemies get the advantage of starting with more SP and stuff like that.
라고 하기엔 히스클리프 씨도 결국 저와 똑같은 수준이라는 거네요.
방금 우리 싱크의 겁대가리가 부서지는 소리가 들린 것 같은데?
잠깐, 이유 좀 물어봐야겠어요. 하향 평준화가 된 이유는 황금가지 때문인가요? 우리가 단테 씨와 계약할 때 이어주던 그 사슬이.
I mean, I would think you shouldn't have noticed basically though.
맞아. 황금가지가 가진 힘 중 하나는 이어주는 힘이네. 평등하게, 균등하게, 일정하게.
We love equality. One time's comment and the subsequent stare seemed a bit targeted.
로보토미 코퍼레이션에서 활용했던 클리포트 억지력과 비슷한 계열이라고도 보고 있지.
밝혀지게 되어 다행이군. 그래서 이 오티스가 입사와 동시에 이따위로
Yes, that is the reason you cannot be heroic anymore. I'm sorry, Otis.
알고 있었다는 것인가?
그래. 본래 같았다면 나는 수초 안에 너희 전원을
I mean,
만들 수 있었어.
I don't know where the line is, but I'm pretty sure earlier on in the game they did mention that it got weakened. At least some sinner mentioned it.
우리를 왜 전투 불능으로 만드는 건데요?
As one does, exactly.
참, 증명을 못 한다고 그렇게 아무 말이나 뱉으면 곤란하지. 휘두를 때마다 사람이 얼어죽이던 팔이 입사 후에 잠잠해졌나 했더니 마음의 문제가 아니었던 거구만.
Okay.
지금 떠들어봤자 다 무슨 소용이야. 결국은 저 녀석이랑 똑같아졌다는 거잖아.
Right, see, that's why we'll just exercise the lad.
굳은 살도
그럼에도 황금가지의 힘 덕분에 긍정적이었던 일이 분명 있을 것이요.
Everything started carefully attending to navigate to a conversation that appeared to be turning into a tinderbox.
호수에서 창백한 고래를 물리칠 수 있었던 것 또한 그곳의 심장에 황금가지가 박혀있던 덕택이 아니었겠소.
Yeah, we have at this point so many cool gold bow powers.
뭐야, 그런 거였어?
맞습니다. 그 창백한 고래가 본래의 힘을 가지고 있었다면 저희는 지금까지도 고래의 뱃속에서 사투를 벌이고 있었을지도 모르는 일이죠. 또한 완전히 평등하고 동일한 하향이라고도 볼 수는 없습니다.
하긴 싱클이랑 똑같은 수준이었다면 꿀밤 한 방에 히스를 조용하게 할 수도 없는 거잖아. 그거 진짜 편한데.
말을 계속 이어가자면 몇몇 특성들은 황금가지의 힘으로도 억눌러지지 않기도 합니다. 즉, 각자의 개성이라고 여겨지는 특성에서 말이죠.
Man, imagine if we could have fixed Vyosha's speech pattern.
보여주신 검 실력이 그렇게 굉장했던 거군요.
긴 말은 하지 않겠어.
Never do anyway.
그래도 입사한 이후에 자네들이 강해졌다면 그 평균치도 일정량 올랐을 것이. 그 정도를 측정하는 것이 이번 테스트의 목적 중 하나지.
You are now 5 levels higher. Congratulations.
테스트는 어떤 걸로 진행할 예정이죠? 어떤 구역에는 사람을 잠깐 스캔하는 것만으로 대부분의 건강 상태를 파악할 수 있다는 기계도 있던데요.
기계의 힘을 빌리지 않고도 능력치를 파악할 방법은 수십, 수백 가지가 있다네. 특히 자네들에게 딱 맞는 방법이 있지.
Time to release more Pekatulas. Perfectly appropriate mythology.
바쁜 와중에도 특별히 시간을 짜내서 LCB 수감자 맞춤형으로 고안을 해두었지.
많은 고생이 있었죠.
Oh, poor you. You had to actually work.
수감자 맞춤형. 그렇게 썩 듣기 좋은 소리처럼 안 들리는 걸.
우리는 최종 그리고 뒤틀림을 활용할 것이.
Yippee!
뭐야? 뭐 대단한 걸 말하려나 했더니 좀 새는데?
They took so much time and effort to balance the most optimal boss fights. Okay, it's a lot of work for a game designer.
그러게요. 좀 더 획기적인 방법을 고안해낼 줄 알았거든요.
조수.
야, 다들 시끄러. 잠만 말고 들어가.
The meaningless math. Yippee. What were they weak against? It's time to pick my sinking team. Time to pick my sinking. We really probably wanted to change this to... What would be? Like, I guess this new seasonal ID would maybe good generalist, but who does have that? When in doubt. I mean, you can do the funniest shit and we picked just high shoes, but it's also not optimal. Imagine giving this man a good sinking ID. That would be revolutionary. Do we... I feel like Sync also is slowly really falling off. Fuck it. It is high showing time. Let's go. Masisa started playing Limbus Company.
군주가 주군께서 모이백대에서 내려 전장으로.
뭐냐? 첫 번째 순서는
If we've had already begun flipping to the papers in a sense. What an unfamiliar sight.
그럼 너 들어가.
And very eloquent. Heathcliff assistant pointed towards Honglu and Sinclair.
잘 들리나? 자네들도 알다시피 최종은 뒤틀림조차 되지 못한 게 제일세.
Man, poor Pekatulas.
이번에도 죄종들과 싸워야 할 것 같네요.
We needed more trash fights as it is. To be fair, I still like the idea of splitting up sinners. It does make team composition and everything more interesting.
이유 없이 사람을 죽이는 것과 비슷한 상황 아닌가요?
guess you're not wrong, but they are also kinda a bit too far gone.
격리되어 있다는 건 누군가에게 피해를 주고 있지 않다는 말인데.
쟤는 왜 갑자기 감성이 풍부해졌어? 야, 지금까지 저런 것들 개수도 기억 안 날 만큼 실컷 죽였잖아.
To be fair, in the other situations you were kind of forced to do it when you're away. Now you're just doing it for the love of the game.
하지만 그때는 피치 못한 임무 상황이었고요. 그리고
살기 위해 살생하는 것과 살생만을 목적으로 해야 하는 것은 다르다고 생각하시는 건가요?
I would say there's a big difference, yes.
네.
이해하지. 인간의 기억력이라는 건 본래 유한하도록 만들어진 것 같으니 극소수를 제외하면 바로 어제의 일도 쉽사리 망각하고 난다네. 단테, 자네가 지금 이끌고 있는 건 누구라고 생각하나?
They are my lovely sinners that
소통에 오류가 있을 테니 보기를 주도록 하지. 1번 가족, 2번 친구, 3번 동료.
Yippee. They're my family.
동료라고 하시네요.
Henry was practically squished against the containment unit window, holding up 3 of his fingers. He must have heard us talking.
틀렸네. 보기에 없는 정답 찾기 문제였거든.
Oh.
정답은 그 무엇에도 해당 사항이 되지 않는 수감자들이라는 거야.
I did hear from a friend that basically the closer Korean translation, like literary translation, for the sinners would be prisoners. It's interesting that the Douglases do bring up prisoners here.
그런 건 알고 있어요.
단순히 알고 있는 것과 받아들이고 있는 것은 다른 문제라네. 먹고 살만해지고 여유가 생겨지는 순간 사람은 자신의 정확한 위치를 잊어버리게 되더군. 누군가는 이렇게 한 번씩 상기시켜줘야 하지. 림버스 컴퍼니에 수감된 자들은 사슬과 족쇄에 여전히 묶여있지. 그러니 자연히 거부권도 없고.
They did sign the contract.
이렇게 생각하는 게 더 나을지도 모르겠군. 이 또한 임무의 연장선이라고 여기는 게 어떤가?
I know they're sinners, but you can't talk to them like... See, Forrest goes, so it's part of our contract.
통역해주지 않아도 괜찮네. 분위기를 보니 대충 알 것 같군. 단테, 자네도 어떠한 조건 없이 이곳과 계약을 맺은 건 아니지 않은가?
You are not wrong.
머리, 과거.
It is a small price.
찾고 싶은 게 많을 거야. 그래서 이 관리자 직책을 감내하는 것이기도 하겠지. 결론적으로 여기 있는 자들 그 누구에게도 투덜거리거나 거부 의사를 내비칠 권리를 가진 자들은 없다는 거지.
Yeah, always remember, this company owns you. Forrest is usually.
원래 저렇습니다.
저기 제가 할 말은 아니긴 하지만 주위에 싫어하는 사람 많죠.
우등한 사람일수록 주위에 적이 많이 생기기 마련이라네. 이제 테스트를 시작해볼까?
Yeah, it's just your high position.
전투가 진행되는 동안 다른 수감자들은 이 유리로 죄종에 대한 프레젠테이션을 지켜보면 되겠네. 대부분의 평균 지식 수준에 맞게 준비하였으니 이 발표가 지루하거나 어렵다고 느끼는 자들은 본인의 수준이 평균 이하라고 생각하면 될 걸세.
That is rude. I mean, to be fair, if you consider it to be boring, doesn't it also maybe mean that you are like smarter than the average level at least? Like you're understimulated?
전혀 안 어려운데? 다 이해되는데?
아직 시작도 안 했어요.
알다시피 죄종은 7가지 종류로 나눌 수 있고 자네들이 지금까지 관측한 건 3단계까지였을 거야. 아직까지는.
I love that it yet basically.
아직까지는이라는 말이 들릴 듯 말 듯 조그맣게 덧붙여진 것인가?
he knows where the development of this game is heading.
나쁘지 않은 지적이었어. 우리 같은 연구자들은 모든 것에 제한을 두지 않는 버릇이 있다네.
요컨대 관측만 아직 안 되었을 뿐이지 3단계 그 이상도 나올 수 있다는 거군.
그러한 방향성의
No foreshadowing for sure.
아무튼 첫 번째 죄종은 붉은색의 분노 죄종이라네. 불이라는 건
Let's
한번
be
타기
angry.
시작하면 더 태울 것이 없어질 때까지 태워버리려 하는 특성을 가지고 있지.
로군요? 단어 그대로. 그러고 보니 싱클레어 씨도 비슷한 감정을 종종 표출하곤 하셨죠? 그때 막 몸도 못 가누실 정도로 소리를 지르면서요.
He might have some passionate moments.
반면에 홍무 씨는 화를 내시는 걸 한 번도 본 적이 없는 것 같네요.
That's because he didn't have his character development
의미가
yet.
없다는 걸 알게 되면 불이 지펴질 일도 없거든요.
그런 거군요. 히스클리프 씨나 오티스 씨가 아무리 저를 모질게 구박해도
It's all meaningless.
거기에 분노를 표출하는 것엔 아무런 의미가 없다는 것을. 비록 히스클리프 씨의 발을 몰래 밟아야 했을 때 조금 기쁘긴 했지만.
You know, man just loves actually following his anger. I guess there's some catharsis of, you know, getting your anger out. Normally, I think you should look probably for a better outlet, though. What? What exactly is the takeaway supposed to be here?
네, 바로 그런 거랍니다.
조건은 전투 시
Anyways, my high shows.
없게끔 하는 것일세.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
작은 달려라. 저 혈압도 바로 고려내라.
Something 3 follow-up attacks are pretty neat if our sins are not really that effective.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도
Beautiful.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Mine video only needed one turn to be at all sanity. Actually, what is the buff they're actually having from this? I'm sure last time I checked it. In burn equal to turn count. Let me see. I don't think that will be a problem. My mouse double clicking will though. We don't really miss anything. They do just do their counter.
짐승들의 재간을 풀겠다.
Oh yeah, this is like peak just trash fight. Even okay, I did it to myself with picking the high shoes. But that is also what might be kinda such of how powerful the current IDs really are compared to what we got in the past. Go my cock. I do love saying that line though. And why are you still alive? Just to suffer? Look at this man thinking he had ever a chance.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Now, big man. I guess it does still... you might wanna change this so the struggling. It's this favor. You can do this then. That's good enough for me. I cannot. That's the wrong one. There we go.
짐승들의 제각을 풀겠다.
In fact, I could also just tie shot on this, since this probably was this man's strongest skill. Look at them go. Beautiful. I guess the Yoshi's ID will also just be so good by her focus ID with the 3 follow-up attacks. And here having a buttload of skill slots. With Root of the Manor to just instantly perish.
다음 실험을 진행하지.
또 한 줄 키를 남겼군. 핏물진
Time for the sloth.
세월이
It's
지나면
also just turn limit.
호모는 그제야 알게 되겠지.
It was also
이
yeah.
호모가
Oh, clear count of.
무엇을 바꾸고
Well,
있는지를.
I did pay attention to that one, I swear. I do need to recharge my Kevlin. It does make sense to probably just use the box. I do have so many of them. I do kinda like hoarding them in a sense for whenever there would be content where I really need them. What are the sloth ones weak to in theory? Not that I'm gonna actually think about it. It's Gluttony, Gloom, and you want plant damage. I mean, this is plant damage. Let's just send it. Actually, this... using Ada Blossom Faust might be a bit cursed. She might just blow herself up. But also the the extra 40% though. Let's go.
사냥감인가 몸이.
다음은 너희 셋 들어가.
And maybe you should not overdo it. This just will remember how he tweeted them.
아이, 일일이 고함을 지르지 않아도 다 들려.
그 다음 최종은 나테라네. 바위라는 건 단단하지만 그저 그뿐이야. 어떠한 방향도 없이 놓여있기만 하는 게 전부지.
Just like our Yisang over there.
누군가 굴려주기 전까지 그 자리에서 벗어나지 못하는 것. 그만큼 나태한 것이 어디 있겠나.
Time to beat them up.
직접이고 반복적으로 사는 것이 효율적이다.
이 사이에 있으니까 갑자기 한없이 기어서 무능해진 것만 같은데.
I mean, I guess there's some different cases of laziness.
비교 대상으로 삼는 건 적절하지 않아요. 그레고르 씨뿐만 아니라 도시 대부분의 사람이 파우스트보다 무능할 테니까요.
But hey, you can even be lazy while being busy. You can just make yourself busy with other subjects by, you know, kinda procrastinating the thing you should actually be doing.
한번 취소해야겠어. 다들 잘 봐둬. 내가 그래도 아직 솜씨가 녹슬진 않았으니까.
먼저 앞으로 나가는 건 위험. 하지만 이미 가버렸군.
생각보다 힘든 전투가 될 것 같네요. 가서 도와드리죠.
Yippee. Okay, I guess I should slightly take care of Faust not blowing herself up, ideally. But that would never happen.
받아볼 텐가.
걷잡을 수 없이 타올라.
예상한 정도의 첫 제압이군. 뭐 특별히 주장할 변이는 아니지.
She do be strong though. Oh, right, I forgot it. You do not actually have all plants. Which is fair, I guess. You do use the sword. Well, still good enough. Okay, that is where Windwave might be a bit inefficient. Yes, maybe also. Just want more on this, probably. Okay, let's send it.
이것밖에 못하나. 그렇게 서 있으면 목이
떨어지 같은 놈들.
해치, 소각되었습니다.
That's a lot of burn on Faust. Guess they don't. This time it didn't get really debuff, did they? Compared to gain burn every round. I do see the neutral. I'm known to be a gambler. We love gambling in this household, baby. Who doesn't? But to be fair, I do remember, especially the slot packet 2, that's be just super annoying with how tanky they are. And maybe they will get there. Okay, I cannot use her skill 3 anymore. Sure, boop.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
Alright, we can wait if using her skill 3. Will be a good finisher. I feel like a lot of the power of her skill 3 does come from blowing herself up. But you know, it's also pretty good to not lose like a third of your fighting power.
해치, 소각되었습니다.
총알값 아까울 놈은
It is just some casual 51 burn. Why does my mouse keep doing this though? So yeah, we gonna avoid blowing her up as long as we can.
해체 어각 진행하겠습니다. 형태 붕괴 확인.
I guess if we would have her ego, it would be kinda a lot easier for this encounter specifically. And hey, thanks to her passive, she cannot die to burn, right? I think so, at least. I might be lying to you. Oh. Was this always theirs? But yeah, we should be in a time limit, even if we do stupid things. Yeah, this might be a small problem. What did this do? I mean, ideally, let's evade something weak so it's not fully wasted. But I really don't want to get to the point where she perishes because I used the evade either. I guess maybe next turn we do just want to blow her actually up. Preferably on her second skill though. guess I could have also nullified this man's guard now that I think about it, since I do see goddamn free protection. That's fair, actually. Let's do this. We can wait one more turn. But afterwards we really also want to blow her up. Have you ever seen so much nice burn on a Sinner before? I don't think I normally keep my Faust alive. I mean, it would be so much burn potency stonks, not gonna lie. We still kinda don't want you to do your thing. Man. This, I guess, clashing kinda me. Kinda high. Hey! Mouse, please! Oop. That feels like a bit of a waste. But here we go. Could also have maybe wait till we stagger this man, but I'm not sure we would even get there really. I don't, we stagger this. This man is dead.
놀랄만한 성과는 아니니 너무 기뻐하지 말게. 다음 실험을
I would get excited when my coworker decides it's time to blow herself up, to be honest. But you do you, Hohenheim. You do you.
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만 이번엔 그 귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군.
It's time to be depressed. What were they actually? I guess it's down to. It's time for our middle envy team. Oh my god. And pride and wrath. Yeah, don't think I really want to send off. I mean, we can kinda do a bawling singing team. I mean, to be fair, I do not like using Vital. It is so powerful. Can I? Thank you. Guess I did not really look for the damage types, but it's gonna work out.
와일드 헌트야.
다음은 탐식일세. 식물의 뿌리는 흙을 파고 내려가 양분을 채우려 하지. 중요한 건
Hey, the plant wants us to bloom. Can you fold it for it?
양분을 가지면 가질수록 뿌리는 더욱 넓게 파고든다네. 더 많은 양분을 얻기 위해 말일세.
잠깐 기다려봐.
This is what people call a flower. Heathcliff, after flipping to a few more pages ahead, looked up at Hohenheim and shouted.
대중 하나하나를 언제 다 하고 있어? 그냥 제대로
That's gonna take a while.
묶어서 상대하면 안 돼?
Now that is smart thinking.
벌써 밑바닥을 드러낸다. 그렇게 간단한 것을 묻다니.
No, see, that is smart.
모든 일에는 절차라는 게 있는 걸 모르는 건가? 일련의 과정이 마음에 들지 않는 건 나 또한 같지만 제대로 된 검진을 위해서라면 감수할 필요도 있는 거다.
나쁘지 않은 제안이군.
What?
그래. 이 바쁜 일정에 조정을 굳이 하나씩 상대할 필요는 없겠군. 조수의 의견을 따르도록 하지.
Thank you, Hohenheim. I do want to finish the stream at some point. I'm starting to think it's gonna take longer than 10. I was yapping a lot at the start.
진짜로?
Aren't you the one who suggested it?
하나씩 상대할 필요가 없었다면 왜 처음부터 합치지 않은 거지?
Good question.
그거야 개별 개체로 테스트하는 게 정확도가 높으니까요. 여러 개체로 묶어서 테스트할 경우 오차율이 플러스 마이너스 0.06%가 상승.
Oh no, 0.06%. The horror.
오차는 줄일수록 좋은 법이다. 그대로 진행하는 게 낫지 않나?
에이씨, 그 정도는 좀 넘어가라.
그래 오티스가 넘어가 주자. 응?
그런 안이한 태도 때문에
Think we can with a 0.06% greater margin of error, right? I feel so
약간의
too.
오차를 감수하더라도 효율을 추구하는 것은 필요한 결단. 관리자님의 판단을 따르겠습니다.
Man, I love having somebody always agreeing with my opinions. I need to be a big streamer so my chat can just go, isn't Liver smart? Exactly.
그럼 우울도 함께 설명하지. 자네들은 깊은 물속으로 들어가 본 적이 있나? 가라앉는 건 어렵지 않다네.
I do yearn for a nice bath.
하지만 그렇게 깊게 내려갈수록 다시 올라오기 힘들어지는 법이라네. 온몸을 옥죄는 압박감, 발버둥 쳐도 손에 잡히는 것 하나 없는 허무감. 우울이란 그런 것이지.
Depression is one hell of a drug, I do
이
agree.
회사의 몇 안 되는 장점이 그런 감정에 가라앉을 시간 없이 계속 나아간다는 걸 테지. 계약을 지켜줄 거라는 확신도 어느 정도 생겼으니.
나랑은 생각이 다르네. 나는 버스에 오른 뒤에도 여전히 깊은 수렁 속에 있는 기분이라서. 물론 원해서 가라앉아 있는 거지만.
스스로 가라앉은 게 아니라 그저 다시 떠오를 방법을 모르는 것 아닌가?
Honestly, that is kind of something very insightful to say. Thank you, Otis. Maybe, you know, sometimes you should not only blame maybe the depressed person, they should pull themselves up by the bootstraps.
사정을 잘 알지도 못하는 사람한테 그런 말 듣는 건 별론데.
그 준비됐으니까 슬슬 들어가죠.
조수, 자네도 같이 들어가게.
Wood.
검진을 받긴 해야 할 것 아닌가?
어? 나도? 좋아. 머리 쓰느라 종이 좀 쑤셨는데 딱 끝내주지.
How many more Pekatula fights actually were there? I guess I can check just in normal mode to see how many stages there were.
개체 스스로
It can be win wait.
처리하게.
That does not look very opportune for me. Fine. I would love to maybe wait with the pen, maybe do this. Should be alright. Like this. And then we connected everything. Yippee! Beat him up.
목을 내놓고 있도록. 품속에서.
내려나가.
Poor Pekatula.
이 정도 많이 경험했던가.
What was the Gloom effect they're having? I don't remember the effects, but okay, I might have just looked at them last time and was like, that's the thing that barely affects it. I can probably beat next turn. Look at her being depressed, yippee. That's 1 stack inflict damage equal to the unit's current HP against the enemy with the least HP, then die. Ah. Okay, and yeah, I just need to kill them before they do that bullshit. That should be very straightforward. I still like the extra EX conditions, so I'm happy that they ported this over instead of just Oh, you're happy again. That's not what I want to see, though. What does this do? Inflict sinking. Honestly, it's not too bad. Might want to just concentrate on somebody else. Gain HP. I guess we already really need to take care of the depression. The rest will be fine anyways. Depression was weak against this, but yeah, you are not doing great. I guess I am. I agree with you, man. I am kinda slow, but it also doesn't matter because I have so many skill slots compared to them. Okay, it does matter. I guess take out the goddamn plume. Then harvest the flowers. Right, what was worth a try to win that one? That's more what we're looking for. In a sense, this is an oops all tank team, isn't it? Imagine being slow. Such. I have 2 turns there. Maybe I'm slightly concerned about the damage I actually am doing to them. Maybe that's too much. Get shot at. Okay, maybe I should not have been concerned. Get into the coffer. No, that is my Knight of Despair. Okay. Can we win weight? This is still a bad win weight. This, it looks kinda... Nah, it does not look reasonable yet. This looks reasonable. It is time for the big Satch. Target loses SP. I mean... Wonder how the timing works. Okay, maybe I don't want to... Maybe I don't want to immediately find out. Rush. Kinda high, huh? As special in this against attack rate while we're sinking on a target. Hate to see that. Hate to see that I basically don't have that many egos. Alright, here we go. Alright, you only make me more powerful, you fool. That is the fucking evade of all time, though.
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
She said the line. How did it become a meme so much that is the name of the meme subverted? Oh, they also gave you red coins. I don't think they had red coins in the past for this. But gave me the impression like this is mean. Maybe they did. More SP, loose bullshit. Oh, you're also super fast. No problemo. Screw this goddamn ocean man. He take me by the hand. Take me to the promised land. And get coffined. Mood.
진짜지. 격발. 차라리
아무것도 남지 마라.
Yeah. I think we should be fine.
지킬 게
까다로운
많거든.
조건치고 좋은 성과였군. 좋아. 다음 실험을 진행하지.
Okay, we have 4 sins down, right? Or only 3 more to go. I guess we also got an envy already with the first fight. Is it 2 sins to go?
그러고 보니까 그
Oh,
환상체에 이제 가호를 내려준
it
아이가
does look like I'm not that far actually. How?
관리를 맡겨주실까?
It has 14. I think it's gonna be a long stream. Not take 10 plus hits during the encounter for each identity. It's might not be that bad depending on. Honestly, actually we can look at the weaknesses, but I do feel like I feel like this might be probably the strongest generalist ID in a sense. The follow-up attacks should be so nice. Which we could bring Molar Boat works. I don't think we need more sinking though. I guess honestly, just do it like this. I might actually want to change to this. Probably would have also. That's fine. It's not like this is the hardest gameplay of existence.
그럼 너희들 들어가.
류슈 씨랑 같이요? 잘 부탁드려요.
It's time for girl power.
교희.
교체를 희망한다고 하시는데요.
Oh god, that's rude.
아니, 류슈 씨는 또 왜 그러시는데요?
나를 무뎌진 너놈의 작살엔 흥미 없다. 지금의 작살로는 저 비실거리는 놈도 제대로 꿰뚫지 못해.
Only one way to find out. I don't think she'll have too much trouble impaling Hohenheim.
차라리 저 혈기의 전투를 다시 보는 편이 좋겠어.
Funny thing about that.
본인 말인가? 그것이
We do love our pickles.
교체하고 싶다는데 되는 거냐?
당연히 안 된다네.
들었지? 그냥 들어가라.
뭐 예전에 비해 작사를 날카롭게 갈아두지 않는 것도 사실이고 그래도 같은 배를 탄 이상
I mean, yeah, you should work on your teamwork.
필요한 만큼은 나를 세워야 할 때는 언제든지 갈 수 있도록 준비해 놓았으니까.
전투 중 꼴사납게 군다면 바로 교체다.
She knows what she does.
아니 그러니까 교체는 안 되는 거였다고.
오만 죄종의 차례로군.
Unheim toned on, as if the bickering sinners didn't exist in his world.
바퀴는 기술의 상징이자 인간이 나아가고자 한 방향성 그 자체라네. 오만하게도 자연조차 이룩하지 못한 완벽한 원을 쫓아. 끝없이 바퀴는 그러지.
It's easy. First you start with drawing a face.
그것의 살점이 패어나가든 잔디가 짓밟히든 상관치 않고 말이죠.
그건 오만한 것보단 자신감 아닌가요? 결국 나아가지 않으면 이룩할 수 있는 건 아무것도 없을 텐데.
오만이란 결국 과한 자신감이기도 하지. 특히나
I mean, that is an insidious killer. We all played Darkest Dungeon.
호에나임 씨처럼요?
뭐 그런 관점도 있겠군. 다음은 세교길세.
Moving on just like that, huh?
세교기 의미하는 건 그 본의보다는 그래. 자신을 이루는 무언가를 퍼뜨리고 싶다는 번식욕에 가깝겠군. 물론 거기서 그치는 개념은 아닐세. 단어 그 자체만으론 육신에 갇힌 해석을 내보일 수도 있겠지만
자신의 삶을 나누고 싶다. 자신의 생각을 공유하고 싶다. 자신의 무언가를 많은 사람들이 인정해줬으면 좋겠다. 그러한 것들 또한 세교기라 말하고 싶은 것이구려.
I mean, I guess, you know, spreading my bad takes to others is a nice thing I aspire to.
제법이군. 확실히 지성인과의 대화는 막힘이 없어 좋다네.
웨스클리프, 솔직히 못 알아들으셨죠?
굳이 물어볼 필요도 없는 사실이군.
에이, 그냥 조용히 들어가라.
But yeah, I mean, I guess the Pekatula pit was nice, but it still feels like a waste of potential, basically. What this could have done, just don't get hit and hit inflict 2 additional bleed. Might be a problem if they have red coins, but they would not do that to me. I'm gaining poise, gain more poise. Guess we need to look up. It's not really better. He can kinda have a slight rough resonance, I guess. One thing I would want to get rid of all of them though, but I just don't know if it's my mouse or if it's Slimbus Company, to be honest. Might be combination of both. The rest is eyeing Vyoshu. Actually, we want to start with this one, so she has some SP. Yeah, that's a bit sad. I guess could always use the dodge. I guess could also do this instead. Yeah, see, that is beautiful now. Okay, let's go.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
I guess I still think it's good to use a skill freeze to quickly at least get some sanity. But yeah, spamming her early skills is also nice to just get a unopposed attacks going. Would be nice if he staggered something. But look at the nice flower petals, that's what he loved to see. If I cannot. I mean, I probably could win weight, but it's a bit spicy with a X goal, like, not getting hit. Sadly enough. Oh, but my skill. Let's do the gimmick. Doing the gimmick. And then, in a sense, we do not care. Just keep firing on this man.
당신 짝패군요.
No! Thank you, Ryosho. You, please. No. My hits.
지휘 체계의 부족함은 아니길 바라지.
Oh, that is beautiful though. That's what I came here for. To play my cards. Okay, I surely would never lose at this point. Just can do something like this.
당신 짝패군요.
In a sense, this was so much faster if instead of Pegatula it would be just a random chain nuke fight. They are the big men. The big men have arrived. What does this do? Relay blasting fire before bleed on attack. That is kinda nothing, Borger. What does that? That is an ugly clash. Guess I do like this more though. 1, 2 yellow. And you do this. I mean, we could have a baller sloth resonance. Why not?
사고될 시간이야. 잔후회. 살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
Yeah, free follow-up attacks are like the most power grabbed thing that we ever got. It is stupid that we killed one of those in turn 1. And the other is like half dead. I guess we did save up all our nice powers for this. It's not looking too hot for my man. I guess in theory we might just... Okay, we're doing this. Wait as long as possible flashing with this one. Man should be basically dead. We got hit once. I can live with that. But yeah, I mean, I feel like that kind of shows why the clashing system might not be the best system overall. We did the whole combat and I got hit once.
도박장죄로 의뢰를 냈다 싶더니 이렇게나 밑장 빼는 놈들이 한가득일 줄이야.
Stinking. Oh, it is time for more envy Pegatuna.
사무소 놓았네.
Okay, I do not want to bring him just for this. We, I feel like we do think Queen of Hate wird. What do we think on our? I mean, you have to. Man, I do not own the Dawn ID yet. I don't. It would have been boring to also bring her index ID. But yeah, I'm not gonna shard now. We're gonna get more seasonal tickets. I guess there's also one more while Poke is not the season. I mean, the season will. How long was it that it's supposed to go? Was it August? Was it August? We have like 5 more months of this, don't we?
청정기는 다들 한 번씩 겪어봤겠지?
Who didn't get a shock color experience?
그것이랑 질투가 무슨 관계가 있는가?
누군가의 질투도 겪어보았다면 그 둘이 따끔거리는 속성을 공유한다는데 동의할 테지.
뜻을 하나도 모르겠네만.
아하, 풀어 설명해보자면 돈키호테야, 그대는 멋있는 특색 해결사분들을 흠모하지 않는가?
Man, how did he see that?
둘째가라면 서럽지.
그렇다면 그들의 사인회가 열렸고 거기에서 기대에 가득 차 줄을
You're gonna make her sad. Don't do it. Oh, she's doing it.
그런데 그대 앞에서 공교롭게도 사인회가 마감된 것이지.
Aww.
어째 그런 운명의 장난이?
이제
Don does have a great voice actor.
그 팬에게 어떤 감정이 들겠는가?
그야 당연히 무지막지하게 풀었고 가슴이.
She got it. Yippee.
자네도 참. 우리와 동료 아니랄까봐 설명하는 걸 좋아하는군.
우리 2명 그만 떠들고 빨리 들어가.
그럼 새로운 모험 속으로 들어가 보세나.
On we go.
따라가겠어.
Why did we start off with an enemy picker Tula fight though then? It's kind of rude.
마지막이니만큼 어려운 조건을 걸어보지. 각 수감자와 같은 형태를 한 수감자를 처리해보게.
Oh, you just have your damage the bullshit. The prescripts can be kind of rude, huh? I take this. That's gonna be still super annoying. I mean, do this. Guess we do it like this. Don't like that move for it. Oh, that's also going. I did just super low roll speed, didn't I? That is Satch. Am I still I'm still attacking also to mark. Okay, it should be kinda alright, I guess. I wonder who's the bigger problem. That's a good question.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
Maybe I should just accept it that I do immense damage, actually. Never mind me. Sorry for being silly and thinking I would clash. Oh, come on. That is voodoo. He's... Okay, he's also at least staggered.
회사의 자산이 되기 전부터 이상하다는 이야기를 들었지. 이쯤 되었어. 축하하네.
Did I do this? Did I not do this? I'm not sure if I fucked up or not. I did not pay attention.
아무래도 그 구속구의 영향도 최종에게 전이 되나 보군.
Or maybe I did. It's 2 out of 2. Beautiful. You do want to kill yourself. That is beautiful. That sounded a bit wrong out of context, but you know what I mean. But Noodle is a bit spooky, but we will be fine. You know, I'm not looking forward to this season's Railway and having to fight this man as an envy Pekatula. I must confess. Man, having minus coins pretty strong. You should try it, Don.
아니, 됐네. 남은 것이라도 의도와 맞게 수행해주게.
Right, for Yoso is not real, I guess. Rather like we needed it. I believe she did more damage though. Price of curiosity. It's time to beat her up. Time to go back to a scuffed team. What was her weakness? I guess I will never know. Well, we can go back to a scuffed worm. We can just go back to Haishus in a sense too. Let's do some Haishuing. I mean, it's a bit scuffed without Faust, but you know, Haishus are still Haishus. As you also don't have Isang. But that is not as tragic of a loss. I mean, he's a great tank for the Haishus series already. But that's also basically it.
군주가 나선다.
이제야 명을 받.
어디서?
잠깐. 보는 눈은 있네요. 여기서
의뢰로
Let's do it like this. I think I want my chickens laid.
보고회인가
I guess maybe
탈출인가.
maybe a few afterwards just to perish.
배 좀 채울까?
Foundation that led to this disaster was laid by none other than Yi Sang, whose only sin was making innocent tragically casual comment. He just wanted to smell Don's feet, okay? Sometime after we are not on our final tests.
정리해야 하니 어서 나가시죠.
아, 미안하네. 잠시 돈키호테 양이.
조금만 기다려 보시게. 로신한테 신발끈이 풀려서.
No, that would be tragic.
저번에 제가 7번이나 꽉꽉 졸라 매줬잖아요.
그게 역시 우리 로신한테에게는 좀 흉한 액세서리 같은.
Oh, I mean, that is cute.
자, 한쪽을 리본 모양으로 다시 묶었네. 하긴 그건 좀 안 예쁘긴 했어. 리본이 귀엽지.
아이고야.
문득 궁금해진 것이오만 지금의 돈키호테 양은 로신한테를 벗으면 어떻게 되는 것이오?
Only one way to find out.
그게 무슨 소린가? 로신한테는 영원한 내 에마이자 함께할 운명. 뭐또 우리를
I guess it was a nice way to show what it actually is like for Dawn now. I guess that is one of the new things that is actually happening in that intervalo, even if I'm like kinda harsh on this interval story.
파우스트 양에게 물어본 것이긴 하지만 답을 해주어 고맙소.
First supply was what set fire up in that rather combustible foundation.
알 수 없습니다. 확보된 데이터가 없기에 당연한 결론입니다.
That's fair. It's time to do scientific studies.
여기 같은 실험실 아니면 어디에서 할 수 있겠어?
추천해드리지는 않습니다.
맞아요. 듣자하니 그 열차에서도 신발이 벗겨지고 나서부터 온갖 끔찍한 일이 일어났다면서요?
Sure did. It's different now, surely.
본인의 의지랑 달리 불가피한 연유로 인하여 로신한테가 스스로 물러난 걸세.
뭐 그거나 이거나.
Potato, potato. Exactly. Don't think I've ever seen it written out.
마찬가지라는 건 이미 알고 있는 사실이긴 했네만.
아니 사람을 껍데기 취급하지 마시게나.
잠깐만 벗는 것 정도라면 괜찮지 않을까?
Yeah, how long do the shoes actually need to be off your feet?
LC부서는 정확한 테스트 수치가 필요하네. 그저 껍데기뿐인 테스트는 소용없다는 뜻이지.
Good.
뻔한 도발은 삼가시죠, 호에나인. 당신은 지난번 저희가 겪은 사건에 대해 아직 명확한 전달을 받지 못하신 상태입니다. 예상을 벗어난 돌발 상황이 발생할 수도 있다는 뜻입니다.
내 실험실은 튼튼하게 지어놓았어.
That's what you think, my man.
웬만한 환상체들도 뚫어내긴 힘들지.
How does it actually look like when an abnormality breaks out of its containment? I mean, I assume for some of them it is really just them breaking down the containment box, right?
강요는 하지 않겠지만 만약 자네가 신발을 벗는 걸 원치 않는다면 연구 일지에 이렇게 써놓을 수밖에 없다네.
Man, why are you falling for this man?
수감자는 신발을 벗는 것에 겁을 먹은 관계로 유감스럽지만 반쪽짜리 테스트 결과만을 연구 일지에 기록한다. 참고로 연구 일지의 보관 기간은
최소 10년입니다.
그래.
I mean, a decade is nothing for Dawn.
겁쟁이로 기록된다는 것이지.
결과값 NA 사유 피험자가 겁이 나서 그랬다.
내 곰곰이 생각해보니 우리 로신한테에게도 조금은 쉬는 시간이 필요하겠네.
Defeat and Troya did win as a mage.
보여주겠네. 이 돈 키호테는 로신한테가 없어도 멀쩡하게 알맹이로 남아있다는 것을.
Are you sure this is a good idea, Faust?
호엔하인. 언젠가 당신이 님버스 컴퍼니에서 마침내 퇴출당하게 되는 날이 온다면 그 이유는 그 책임성 없는 호기심.
To be fair, I guess it is what you want in a scientist. I give you that. I give you that. Not a good idea. Got it.
연구자로서 영광인 업적이지.
혹시라도 무슨 일 생기면 이상이 날색의 신발을 다시 신겨줄 거야.
준비 중이요.
다들 그렇게 과도히 기대하는 눈으로 보지 마시게나. 평소랑 똑같을 것이니.
Kyota begins to untie her shoes, seething, molding, balding. Aw, she...
역시 풀기가 어렵거네. 이수 말고.
So you don't take them off.
싸는 것인가?
왜냐하면 다시는 풀려질 일이 없기를 바랐으니까요.
그렇군. 자, 됐다. 로신한테요. 자, 이제
It is time to hear the blood, the hunger. The sinners and I were all quite nervous, but none of us stepped forward to stop this experiment. Why didn't we stop this? Was it because we thought we knew removing Roisante doesn't necessarily mean that she'll be losing control? Because we saw its effects on the warped vein in the La Mancha land? Was it because we assumed that Roisante was now just a disguise? Now that Don Quixote has accepted to pass the Sancho, removing it wouldn't affect her psyche at all. Whichever was the case, it was a mistake to ignore that nagging feeling. These researchers don't know what facing Don Quixote, Sancho, the second kindred, is like. We do. Okay, I think this voice actor is actually maybe nice.
우리는 계속 죽어가고 있습니다. 저희를 채워주십시오. 부디 인간의 피를, 인간의 피를.
The teeming, shouting voices suddenly begin to echo in my head. The voices of all the children he had him faced. Or perhaps this was the blood fiend's instinct giving voice, imprinted up in them at the moment of their birth. Proliferate this disease, and face this unending hunger for blood, and propagate the family. So many voices, so much yearning, so much desire. Every single kindred that has ever existed in the past. Years before Don Quixote. We need the sustenance, matter. I must drink blood. You know, that's a normal urge. I have to drink all the blood. Time to find some juicy necks. All the blood that the family deserved to drink. I must.
단테, 정신 차려봐요.
저번에 빌딩에서 머리에 불이 팍 치솟을 때랑 비슷한 것 같은데?
It's slightly different. I have to. I gotta get a hold of myself. First. Body can't even feel thirsty. This doesn't make any sense. Okay, I'm okay now. The hunger. If we want to bring Don Quixote back, we're going to need to quench her first somehow. We need something to say the combined first. The desire of every single kindred.
일났네. 여기 남는 피 같은 거 없나? 그거라도 일단 먹여야.
샘플 몇 개는 구비하고 있어요. 드릴까요?
제길, 관리자님의 말씀을 뭘로 들은 거냐? 모든 갈증이 몰려드는데 여기 있는 혈액 샘플 몇 개로 해결될 리가?
Time to beat her up.
일단 뭐로라도 막는 거죠. 아예 안 하는 것보다야.
그냥 신발만 다시 신기면 되는 거 아니야?
아이고 이상 씨 신발 신발 신겨.
불가능하오. 기이한 압력 때문에 가까이 다가갈 수가 없어.
One last cigarette.
고급이군. 맛이 좋아.
지난번 상여금으로 산 고급 담배가
You won't need it.
굉장하군. 굶주린 상태나 다름없음에도 이 정도의 수치를 기록할 줄은.
너 뭐냐? 이렇게 될 걸 알고 부추긴 거냐?
많은 결과를 예측했고 그중에 비슷한 예상도 있었지만 이 정도의 사태까지 발생하진 않았네.
Ah.
근데 왜 이렇게 침착하게 나불대는 거야? 저거 어쩔 건데? 저 새끼랑 싸워본 적도 없잖아.
호들갑을 떨어 무슨 의미가 있겠나. 예상 외의 결과가 나왔다면 우선 자료 분석부터 진행하고 놀라도 늦지 않네.
Time to beat her up exactly.
이대로 격리 조치를 시행하는 건 답이 되지 않을 테지. 결국 자네들이 막아야 하지 않겠나.
호기심에 대한 대가를 치를 시간이네요.
외부 요인에 의한 강화지만 너무 경계만 할 필요는 없어요.
Yearning for blood.
가능성에 대해 고민해보게.
Less levels basically. Guess I never checked. So would they have written anything new in the passives? Nah. He's no new learn passive and she has a yearning for blood. That is nice for me. And we start all with bleed. Custom CSP converts coins of all skills into unbreakable coins and deals. Was it always there? What? That might be new, I'm not sure. I don't like the sound of that, to be honest. I also don't like the neutrals.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
Oh, she starts with some insanity. It didn't. It doesn't matter. I hope. Just beat her the fuck up.
이 정도 오류는 넘어갈까요?
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Oh, that is the real power creep that happened since then.
저 개체는 오래 버티지 못하겠군요.
관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니 다양한 결과를
마셔야 마땅했던 모든 피를
전투 테스트가 너무 많지 않냐고요?
That might hurt a little bit.
전달받은 문서를 통해 분석한 결과 자네들의 관심사가 거울 던전이라는 결론을 내렸기 때문이라네. 전투를 좋아한다고 판단했지.
저희가 야근이라는 말을 달고 산다고
And really can use an ego, yeah. And what? This does like Clash for 10. You do have a lot of sanity. I guess you might be. Yeah, you're better here.
시간 끌 것 없이
12수에게 명한다.
모조리
이 앞에
지워버리죠.
숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
At least she will have all the coins spoken, but I do love my bad coins on AoEs, baby. That is a lot of bleed I'm actually getting. I think this might basically be the hardest fight of this in the Valo, right?
문서를 통해 분석한 결과
I guess bleed more coin power.
거울 던전이라는 결론을 내렸기 때문이라네.
That is one hell of yapping.
저희가 야근이라는 말을 달고 산다고 야근을 좋아하는 건 아니잖아요.
That's its favorite, but you also probably have so much. Everyone has so much bleed. I cannot evade that. BBR is so far from staggering her still. Oh. Satch. Gut. Well, honestly, her getting to minus SP is kind of spooky, yes. Maybe I did miss, maybe it's next turn, or maybe I misread her passive, maybe I'm stupid.
다시 할까요?
아니, 조금 더 해보게.
That is the turn.
불리한 상황에서만 얻을 수 있는 데이터도 있는 법이니.
Come on, you two. Can you clash with anything? Clash with this at least. Whip. Alright. That's why we invented chain battles, I guess.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
숨통 끊기.
묘에 길을 연.
숨통 끊기.
This is the kind of fight where you just had to stagger her once. That would be neat.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 맹활은 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
She might be upset at me.
나는 모두의 어버이가 되어야만 할지니.
Yeah, it is time to found a new family.
당신은 이곳에서 누구의 어버이가 될 필요도 없는 수감자일 뿐입니다.
Aww. Come on, she's more than that. Man, can't believe you didn't even have to stagger her though. My bad for thinking this might be slightly dangerous. But I still will mention you. But now we know.
억제구에 대해 수집된 정보가 많지 않았던 탓에 회사 측에서도 정확한 예측을 할 수가 없었을 테니. 그럼
I hadn't had that much first-hand experience with watching Machilius fight, but it was certainly the most exhausted I've seen him after a fight. Just you wait till he sees the funny bug, man. I decided to say nothing and turned the clock. After some time passed. Don Quixote, what happened? Did you lose consciousness? Or did something affect your memory?
날이 기억에는
I want to be a mom now.
아무런 문제가 없었네. 신발을 벗자마자 들려오는 소리가 있었지.
It was a few screams. Voices right.
이번에도 본인을 본 것인가? 그래. 수많은 이들의 목소리가 들려오더군. 목소리요? 네. 가족들의 목소리였어.
I love when my ancestors call out to me and are upset that I'm an enemy girl on the internet too. I get it, Don.
하지만 라만차랜드의 혈귀들은 이미
Sinclair trailed off. Every single blood fiend left inside La Mancha Land was killed, and the amusement park collapsed. In other words, most of Don Quixote's lower kindreds were dead.
그건 맞네. 하지만 그건 뭐라고 설명할 수 없지만 내 피가 기억하고 있는 소리였어.
It will forever be part of you. You are family.
그 중에는 나디금 목소리도 내가 한때 아끼던 자들의 목소리도 있었던 것 같아. 나의 바람과 상관없이 어버이의 자리에는 내가 앉게 되었네. 이미 그와 동시에 본인에게 지금까지 참아왔던 갈증뿐만 아니라 자식들의 목마름까지 전부.
It's fine. We can just prepare like a truckload of hemobars in the future.
갈증.
그래, 내게도 갈증이 있었네. 혈기니까 당연한 이치겠지. 결과적으로 나는 그 무수한 압력들에 정신을 놓치게 되었고 수감자이자 동료인
Right, they deserved it. They were playing with fire.
돈키호테로서 그대들을 해치게 되고 만 걸세.
돈키호테 씨, 이건 당신 잘못이.
아니, 그런 말은 이제 의미가 없네.
We look down at her pair of shoes. The strings again neatly tied.
상부에서는 자네에게 정기적으로 인공 혈액팩을 제공할 예정일세.
Yippee! Unheim approached us after spending a while vigorously scribbling something in his notes. The feed pics are not worth it.
일반 혈액과 성분도 비슷하고 수급에도 전혀 문제가 없는 방향으로 말이지. 설마 자네의 충동을 혈액의 섭취 없이 그저 정신력으로만 버틸
Man,
수
imagine
있을까?
if we could have supplied that to La Mancha Land.
실제로 본인은 지금까지 잘 참아오고 있었네만.
맞네. 그리고 그것이 언젠가의 LCB가 맞닥뜨리게 될 대형 폭탄에 불붙은 심지였기도 하지. 오늘 자네가 한 것처럼 그 억제구는 너무도 손쉽게 벗어버릴 수 있기도 하고.
잠재적 위험을 해소하기 위해 일부러 실험을 강행했다는 건가요, 호에나임?
그렇다기엔 저 녀석은 그냥 순수하게 궁금증을 해소하려는 것 같은데.
Maybe a bit of both, but just you wait until he's gonna be more selfish.
타이밍이 적절했을 뿐일세. 늦든 이르든 비슷한 방법으로 위험 요소를 배제해야 했지. 이 정도의 위험 요소인 줄 알았더라면 강제 소환이라도 신청했을 걸세. 대신 몰랐던 만큼 많은 정보를 얻을 수는 있었지만.
Yay, what did we learn today? Don't take off your shoes, please.
혈기에 대한 보고서와 이번 실험 결과를 비교해보면 몇 가지 분석을 할 수 있네. 가령 자네가 겪었다는 하위 권속 혈귀 전체의 욕구가 포함된 갈증. 분명 나만차랜드에서의 사건으로 가문의 모든 권속은 죽음을 맞이했지만 자네는 자식 되는 것들의 목소리를 들었을 걸세.
무슨 이야기지?
It is kinda interesting, to be fair, how it does the work,
피에
yeah.
담긴 강한 구속력. LCD에서 보낸 협력 보고서에는 혈액이 단순한 열량 보급의 의미가 아니라 무형의 가치까지 모두 함유한 무언가라고 하더군. 두루뭉술한 보고서라고 볼멘
And that is why the Hemo boss never worked. But going on an adventure, baby.
또 놀라웠지. 그들의 욕구, 즉 갈증은 가문의 피에 녹아들고 새겨져 있는 것과 마찬가지라더군. 그것을 혼자 짊어지는 것은 무거운 일이니 가족을 늘려가며 그 중압감을 나눠 짊어짐이 일반적이지만
Well, so in a sense, can you really blame the first kindred?
가문의 핏줄이 단 하나 생존한 상황에서 전부 나누어졌던 것이 한 점으로 합쳐졌을 때 이성을 유지하는 건 어려운 일일 테지. 가문의 권세를 다시 일으켜야 한다는 책임감, 중압감, 의무감.
It's gonna be funny to address whenever she get her next Kando in like 5 years.
그리고 그것들이 어느 방향으로도 실현되지 못하고 있는 것에 대한 갈증. 그런 무형의 가치가 자네들 혈귀에게는 혈액이라는 이름으로 보존되고 있다니 경이로울 수밖에. 갈증이라는 활자로는 이 정도의 현상이 발생할 것이라고 상상하긴 어려웠지. 이것만은 내 패착일세. 본능을 뿌리치려는 것에 대한 노력 자체는 존중하겠네. 하지만 지급받는 혈액팩을 소홀히 하지 않는 것을 추천하지.
I mean, to be fair, they're ethically sourced.
알겠네. 하지만 언젠가는 로신한테서 내리고
You will get your good ending for sure.
걸어보고 싶군.
그래도 한 가지 긍정적인 사실은 확실하게 정립할 수 있었지.
무엇을?
신발을 벗어도 그걸 죽을 때까지 죽어서도 막아주는 자들이 있다는 겁니다.
Aww, so you have friends.
즉, 다른 부서에서 별도로 통제하지 않아도 될 것 같다는 뜻이지. 결과를 직접 눈으로 보았으니 보고서엔 이렇게 써야겠어. 아직 불안정한 상태지만 본인의 노력 그리고 주위 환경의 노력 여하에 따라 충분히 통제 가능하다고.
Yay, we don't need to lock her up.
다시 한번 말하지만 나는 노력을 가상하게 여기네. 해본 적이 없거든.
Ricardo took a deep breath, then turned to face the sinners. By then, her eyes had regained the usual softer look. But sorrow was seeping through the tone of her voice. Despite her theatrical manner of speech returning, her tone reminded me of our time at Le Manchaland.
모두들 미안하네. 앞으로는 로신한테를 신발을 벗을 일이 없도록
Aww.
노력하겠네.
The day will come.
방향이 잘못됐잖아. 언젠가 그 누런 운동화를 벗고 다닐 수 있도록 노력해야지.
Thank you, Heathcliff. I think she let out a breath quite louder.
그런데 나리 혹시 본인에게 말해주지 않은 것이 있는가?
Nothing important. What do you mean? I don't think so. So coincident that at this very moment I noticed Faust looking in my direction. Don't know if I made the right choice here, but Faust nodded lightly. So to say that I did, I stopped hesitating. The tick-tocking noise came to a stop.
그렇다면
Hey, Cyberstein. You know, maybe don't anger her too much, but we're gonna have to beat her up again whenever she does learn what actually happened to the actual Dawn. For sure. However, I cannot help but admit that I felt some degree of anxiety as I watched Don Quixote walk away as though nothing had happened. Game? Thank you.
한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면
I love my yapping.
끝난 것 같으니 수감자들은 이쪽으로 모이게나.
Yay, applause. It's time to rank you in power order. That is what the fans have been waiting for. Hohenheim placed the sinners in a single file before him and began.
자, 검진이 모두 끝났네. 이로써 자네들의 입사 전 데이터와 지금 상태를 유의미하게 비교할 수 있게 되었지.
그 말은 즉
How the fights in this event? I mean, I don't think I'm really struggling that much, but I also have like a very build account. But you know, I did say it when it was originally, but I do say it now. I feel like the extra X conditions are like so much more interesting and actually maybe also change how you play. Like, you do get a lot more there once you cannot be hit too many times and stuff like that. That is nice. I'm kinda sad that they not kept it up. I guess it is more work design-wise than just putting a turn limit on all the fights. But I do hope that they bring it back again in some semblance. Yeah, the power creep we have experienced in like the last year was big difference compared to what we had back then. But I do still think the fight design for this interval was so good. And honestly, I think they kind of kept it going with like the latest Kanto where we also got split up. It does suck sometimes, but I do like every fight where you get split up, since I would say the most interesting part of the Limbus gameplay is team building, and it does maybe make you sometimes reevaluate a little bit your teams and what you've been running, and yeah, what do I do if I just have those three sinners? What do I run now? I do enjoy that part a lot.
그래, 입사 전 각자의 전투 능력치까지 측정할 수 있었다네.
결과는 어떻지?
먼저 말해주겠는데 그걸 나열하는 건 사실 크게 의미가 없다네. 알다시피 모두 고만고만한 상태일 수밖에 없고.
Yay, you're all stinky.
의미 있어. 누가 진정한 형님인 줄 알아야 한다고.
어디까지나 가정일 뿐이지만 빛이 못한 사정으로 인해 관리자님이 부재가 되었을 때 누가 수감자들을 이끌 자격을 가졌을지 확인해야 하지 않겠나?
To be fair, just because you're the strongest doesn't mean you're the best leader. Hey, that's...
난 나보다 약한 자들의 말을 듣지 않아.
God damn it, Myoshu. My point.
내가 자기소개 순서의 첫 번째를 꿰찬 건 어쩌면 우연이 아닐 수도 있어.
You see, there was another reason for this. This is because they already had a script down on who's gonna have the sad backstory first. Limbus Company already figured that out. There was a burgeoning interest among the sinners to see which one of them would be at the apex of the scale, ready to be measured by the strengths prior to their employment. Hey, maybe before I lost my memories, even I... sorry, you are boring office worker. Aww.
어떤 집단이든 서열을 비교해보고 싶은 욕구는 늘 있더군. 이 욕구가 잘못 표출되면 학창시절인 남의 도시락을 멋대로 훔쳐먹는 행위로도 이어지기도 하지. 자신보다 높은 점수를 받았다는 이유만으로 말이야.
Okay, that is a bullshit reason. I'm sorry for you, Hohenheim. You still could also adjust your behavior a little bit more, though.
설마 경험담은 아니지?
Jetzt was das an oddly specific example.
그리하여 그 결과를 자네들에게 숨기는 건 의미가 없을 거라고 생각하였지. 빈말하는 것도 번거로우니 자네들을 세운 것이 그 순이라고 봐주면 되겠네.
Yippee. There was a long silence. Then the sinners also simultaneously turn to look at the person standing in the frontmost position of the line. I am a bit scared of hearing what Otis was able to do, but I guess he was in the smoke core. Espresso is also kinda high up there, all things considered. This has to be the longest, most awkward, most loaded silence I've ever felt in my life. No, not you.
많은 것을 드러내지 않으려 하였고 겉에 보이는 것이 다는 아니라는 것을 알리고자 했소.
He did prepare the speech.
또한 내게는 마음속 풍요가 있으니 아마 오늘의 시험은 그 두 개를 다 아울러 보여준 것 같구려. 그 외의 설명은
I mean, to cheer Yi-Sang up, he has like the most powerful idea of all time right now.
언젠가 그대들도 날개를 달기를 바라오.
이상 씨,
넵.
순서 거꾸로인 것 같아요.
아, 내 시선에서 보았을 때 순서가 나열한 것이어서 말이야. 이쪽에서 보면 저 커다란 렌스를 들고 있는 수감자가 제일 앞으로 보인다네.
Yippee!
멋있는 말이긴 했어요. 같이 힘 내보자고요, 이상 씨.
Happy door noises.
이거 참 쑥스럽구려. 그렇게 여럿이서 열렬하게 쳐다보면
One may even say the Limbus Company. I said the line.
열렬하게가 아니라 간절하게랄까? 주의하겠네.
No one seemed to have any objections or doubts about who the strongest sinner was, given the earlier event.
다시 생각을 해보니 지금까지 하던 대로 이스마엘 저자에게
Aw.
공소를 맡기는 게 좋아 보일 것 같군.
What is mumbled into gritted teeth?
미안해. 본인도 대장보다는 대장을 수호하는 해결사. 그런 역할이 더 좋은 것 같소. 예적부터 그런 캐릭터가 더 인기도 많은 법이었지.
Who doesn't love the sidekick?
평화롭게 합의되어 다행이군. 그럼 다음 단계로 넘어가도록 할까?
잠깐.
Yeah, we need to address potential, man.
다들 뭐 중요한 거 놓치고 있지 않았어?
원래 세상은 1등과 꼴등만 기억하면 되는 거야. 그래. 나도 내 순위가 뭐였는지 이제 기억도 안 나는 걸.
Whip.
아니 그게 아니라 나는 아예 순위에 걸려 있지도 않았는데.
That is true.
어? 그랬나?
뭔 12명이나 되는데 그걸 하나하나 따지고 있어. 그냥 넘겨.
아니 아무리 그래도
You know, you jokes on all of them, Quagga. They will be now scared of your insect powers. My Kaiser.
뭐 저나 히스클리프 씨랑 비슷한 정도겠죠.
Ishmael replied in a voice that had clearly lost all interest in this discussion.
자네가 그 기이한 벌레 팔을 가진 수감자로군. 자네는 연구자들이 제일 싫어하는 그 단어를 사용할 수밖에 없었네. 계획 처리.
Come on, every exception proves the rule. I really hate that, huh?
즉, 섣부르게 순위를 나열할 수 없는 상태여서 순위에는 포함하지 않았네. 잠재력이 있는 상태라고 해야 되지.
그 잠재력이라는 게 잘 표출되기만 하면 1등이 될 수도 있는 건가?
Oh, he does have his
될
hopes.
수도 있을 걸세. 어디까지나 잠재성이니까.
Mood.
너무 신경 쓰지 마시게나 그레고르군. 땐 언젠가 올 것이기에.
Man, you know, maybe it's the best to keep quiet if you're the last place.
하필 꼴짝에서 위로를 들으니 기분이 참 거시기하고.
Let's go. We also get the new classifications. That was a thing back then. I kind of forgot. But yeah, after some time passed.
그다음 해야 할 것은 1년 번호에 대한 이야기라네. 뒤틀림도 환상체처럼 위험 등급을 선정하는 작업이
But now you're just fighting instead of just thinking about
자네들이
the
작성한 소감도
energy levels we
훌륭하게
get.
활용하고 있었네. 몇몇 수감자들은 나필이 꽤 심해서
How were the logs of great help?
내 연구원들이 고생을 좀 했지만
글자 하나를 두고 저희끼리 3시간 정도 토론을 한 적도 있었습니다.
How could it have been that important?
그 망할 가정교사 놈도 고치는 걸 포기했다고.
Heathcliff grinned proudly and wiped the side of his nose.
알다시피 지금 1년 번호를 붙이는 방식에는 상당한 허점이 있다네. 환상체는 구엘사의 창조물들이니 그에 대한 분류 체계 역시 구엘사에서 취급하던 방법을 써올 수밖에 없었지.
They also just put all of. I just realizing I'm taking it away, but they put all the Hohenheim backstory into the last segment. I remember in the last segment. I'm upset already now. Let's just do the story.
하지만 구엘사가 매겼던 1년 번호에서 위험 등급이 가지는 의미는 에너지 생산량이라네. 환상체의 호전성과 탈출, 피해 규모가 클수록 에너지 생산량도 높았기 때문에 그걸 기준으로 측정했고 종합적인 전투력은 측정 기준이 아니었지. 그래서 고등급 직원들이 확실하게 사망할 수 있는 높은 살상력을 가진 환상체임에도 낮은 등급인 경우가 있었던 걸세.
Yippee!
어디까지나 에너지 회사였으니까요. 기준이 에너지가 되는 건
Exactly.
당연할 수밖에
Just energy.
하지만 이곳에서는 환상체와 뒤틀림을 전부 전투로 제압해야 하지. 그래서 구 엘사에서 매겼던 위험 등급의 기준과는 다소 맞지 않는다네.
It does make sense to change the scaling.
누가 그랬는데 서두가 길 때는 그만큼 조심해야 한다고.
그래서 적어도 뒤틀림의 위험 등급과 1년 번호를 다시 편성해야 할 필요가 있다네.
아, 그렇군요. 그래서 그걸 누가 하는 건가요?
See, that's gonna be the LCE's job. Don't be too
당연한 질문을
worried.
너무도 순진무구하게 물어보니 당황스럽군.
거부권이 없는 우리가 하는 거겠죠.
이거 가만 보니까 본인들 연구를 핑계로 우리한테 일 떠넘기는 거 아니야?
연구자들의 특권이죠.
야야, 그건 뭘 모르는 놈들이나 하는 말이고. 뭐냐, 뒤틀림을 잘
You should do the funniest prank for the French. You should just miscategorize some cute puppy to be like not dangerous while being a man eater. That would be funny.
뒤바뀌었네 조수.
뒤틀림을 더 잘 해결하기 위해 뒤틀림을 연구해야 한다는 거다. 뭐 그런 거야.
아주 단단히 휘어잡혔네요.
LCD 현장 추리 팀장의 연구 결과에 따르면 뒤틀림이라는 건 병의 진행과 유사하여 초기, 중기, 말기로 나눌 수가 있네.
Let's go, the LCD mentioned.
결국 뒤틀림이라는 현상의 끝은 환상체이기 때문이지. 환상체가 된다는 건 개인의 개체성은 사라지고 환상체로서의 전체성만을 가지게 되네.
따라서 환상체가 되어버리는 순간 이전의 상태로 되돌릴 수는 없습니다. 뒤틀림이었을 때 가역성을 가지는 것과는 다르죠.
That's why we need to beat them up quickly.
그 말은 그 시간 살인마 같은 녀석들도 가만히 놔두면 환상체로 변한다는 건가?
Man. Why does just nobody beat Leviathan? You would know already the answer.
UPI 2001 개체를 말하는 거라면 그렇다고 말할 수 있겠군.
Yeah, everybody does remember that.
물론 어디까지나 예측에 불과하다네. 이곳에 없는 뒤틀림이니 환상체가 될 것이라 확인할 수는 없지.
옳은 의견이다.
어라? 림버스 컴퍼니에서 데려간 게 아니었나요?
그러고 싶었냐만 T사에서 강력하게
예, 네네.
제대로 협상도 못했지. 나도 시간을 가져간다는 개념에 흥미가 있었지만 아쉬워도 어쩌겠나.
I know, I get why Teacup really wants to hold on to that one.
그러고 보니 그 해로 시작하는 게 새로운 일련 번호인가요?
그렇다네. 뒤틀림에게 있어 귀환과 형태는 불안정하고 불확실하며 관측 또한 어려우니 정보를 제외하고 그것의 죄악의 속성과 피해 예측 수치를 기입했지.
It's a lot more useful to know when you're fighting them.
속성은 PI라면 나테로군요.
Actually, I don't think... Maybe I should pay attention to that.
분류는 죄종을 참고한 것 같구려.
엄밀히 말하자면 같은 갈래라네. 죄종을 참고했다는 말보다는 죄종
They're the
자체가
same.
뒤틀림의 원료면서 부산물이니 그 속성 또한 따랐다고 볼 수 있겠군.
피해 예측 수치는 뭐지?
전투력 같기도 하네요. 환상체 등급은 엔케팔린의 추출량으로 정해져서 직접 싸워야 하는 저희에겐 맞지 않다고 했으니까요.
But imagine how much juice you could get out of them.
전투력이라는 개념을 수치화해서 일련 번호화하기는 애매했네. 개성에 따라 그 높낮이가 무의미해질 수도 있으니. 그래서 림버스 컴퍼니 인원이 전투에 돌입했을 때 겪게 될 피해의 예상 최대치를 계산해서 넣었지. 시간 살인마는 수감자들의 특수성 덕에 큰 위협이 되지 못했네만 LCC 부서에서 파견된 이들에게는 사실상 직사에 가까운 피해를 줄 수 있다네.
Just don't get hit forehead.
그렇기에 1에서 10이라는 수치 중 6이라는 높은 값이 배정되었지. 물론 뒤틀림마다의 특수성이 존재하는 한 이 또한
Yeah, it's not perfect, and I guess especially for our boss was also not ideal.
뒤틀림이 아닌 환상체에게도 적용되는 것이.
그럴 예정이라네. 1년 번호 앞에 등급과 피해 예측 수치를 함께 표기하기로 했지. 아, 말이 나온 김에 그걸 보러 가면 되겠군.
그거요?
모노리스를 말하는 걸세. 림버스 컴퍼니가
Yay, it is time to do the thing.
그런 의미에서 모노리스 운송법의 개발과 관리 및 공정의 규칙화는 참으로 대단한 성과였네.
위험한 물건이요. 저것을 이용하는 것이.
I don't think, yeah, we don't even know how they are made yet. It would be interesting to know how, those monoliths came to be.
모든 것은 위험이라네. 위험하지 않는 것은 존재하지 않지. 위험을 정하는 것은 언제나 그 정도에서 온다네. 알다시피 여기 있는 모노리스는 강제로 뒤틀림을 유발하는 장치지. 황금가지처럼 도시 곳곳에 퍼져 있지만 모노리스는 뒷골목의 손가락, 조직부터 시작해서 지금은 크고 작은 여러 회사에까지.
Imagine the power of having just your nice distortion armies. Yippee.
몇몇 날개에서는 주요 사안으로도 검토 중이라고 하더군요.
다행히도 우리는 그들보다 빠르게 모노리스를 회수하고 조사하기 시작했고 결과적으로 지금은 가공과 판매까지 하며 사업을 확장하는 단계까지 도달하였다네.
We do love making money. It would be nice to have explanations, but yeah, 3 more years.
조금만 느렸어도
I should not be too much tumor. Okay, I kind of think next in the one will probably not bring us the most information. Might have some nice character moments though, I hope. And overall some character moments. Probably also seeing what is up with Kira. And giving the people the Ryosho character development they were missing, I guess. I think there's a lot of people that were upset that, other sinners got also to be highlights basically at the last part. And took away the lamplight tusk from Yoshu. But maybe we can get some more distortion lore and everything when we go distortion hunting with the LCD. That would be peak. I'm looking forward to that one. She doesn't have a lot going, I feel, so doesn't much develop. She does in a sense not remember her daughter, so yes, yeah. But so yeah, I don't have the highest hope for the next Cinderella, to be honest. But it has potential to be a fun one. You know, better to not have any big lore expectations, just hope it is a fun, good story. It cannot be worse than this, basically.
그랬다면 나나 자네들이나 정말로 날개와 싸워야 했을 수도 있을 테니.
궁금한 게 있는데요. 저희가 도시의 재해로 지정된다면 어떻게 될까요?
이즈 불안하게 그런 거.
Come on, everybody needs to know our power scaling. The Wuna fans are yearning for it.
아니, 각자의 계약 때문에 협회와 척지는 상황이 생길 수도 있는 거고.
Not like that would ever happen, right?
저희 수준이 어느 정도인지 아는 건 꽤 중요하다고요.
알아서 나쁠 건 없을 것 같군.
뜬 소문부터 도시의 별 중에서 도시 질병에서 도시 악몽쯤을 배정받을 걸세.
It's fine. We will climb. We will be at least the star of the city in no time.
그 별은 안 되는 건가?
Additional Cousin is definitely sus for life of Wuna fans. Yeah.
제 등급이 붙길 바라는 것만 같군. 부활과 인격 기술의 잠재력과 위험성이 크고 초견에는 꽤 위협적이라는 건 사실일세. 하지만 명확한 약점이 있지 않나?
네. 관리자가 사망할 경우 그 모든 능력이 소멸한다는 거죠.
And that is why we just need to soup up our Dante. Wunheim slowly turns around to look at me, prompting Faust and the other sinners to follow suit.
저희가 지키면 안 되는 건가요?
자네들이 조우했던 적을 떠올리고도 그런 이야기를 할 수 있다는 건 놀랍군. 자네들의 업무 보고에 있었던 해결사 지크프리트나 작은 형님 리카르도 같은 이들을 말할 필요도 없이
Yeah, but the flow of the city is protecting Dante, so don't worry.
자만을 노린다면 자네들로 지킬 수 있을 것 같은가? 그럴 리가. 그저 자네들은 그러지 않을.
See? So that is why we are actually overpowered.
거기까지만 말하시죠, 호에나임. 그 이상 말하면 파우스트는 당신에게 줄 징계에 대해 논의할 것입니다.
Come on, Faust. Give us some leeway into information.
아직도인가? 뭐 아무튼 자네들도 언젠가 도시의 별까지 닿을 만큼의 잠재성은
Yippee, he said it. We're gonna be cool and all.
않는 것이겠지만 말일세. 물론 모든 것은 림버스 컴퍼니가 자네들을 지원해주고 있을 때의 이야기라는 것도 기억해두면 좋겠군.
Why did he have to add this? That's not ominous. Not ominous at all. Okay, now it is time for the final checkup. But we're not testing our sinners this time. I mean, I guess I already went the path of least resistance and went Rupture. Rupture should be good in the dungeon. I guess Burn would also still be decent. But it is getting late for me. Let's speed this up for my sake.
이제 검진도 마지막 단계를 향해 가고 있군. 지금까지 알려준 정보를 토대로 장애물을 극복하고 나의 가설을 증명할
It's time for the exam. What type of thesis is he talking about?
걱정은 하지 말게. 내 가설은 틀린 적이 없으니 대체로.
Yeah, 90% of the time, 100% of the time they're right. It is time to lick the bog.
이번 실험은 철저하게 내가 설계하며 내가 주관하는 것이지. 오로지 연구자의 호기심과 본능이 시키는 대로 말이야.
이 사람 불길한 소리를 거침없이 뱉고 있어.
It's a fun beating.
보여요. 아주 잘 보이는데.
Yeah, maybe get it not too close to Dante.
아, 안심하게. 가동은 연구원들이 해줄 테니.
가동시키겠다고?
자네에게 하진 않을 거니까 안심하고.
I mean, could we just help the sitters with distorting one by one, beating them up? Then we're prepared and know what the worst case would happen.
이 실험에 지원자가 있지 않을
Clearly no negative side effects.
설마 이 실험에서마저도 거부권이 없다니 하면서 저희 중 하나를 뒤틀리게 만들 생각이라면
What you gonna do, distort?
잠깐. 그건 아무리 조수로서도 용납이 되지 않는 소린데.
그래. 굳이 보내야겠다면 제일 나약한 사람 중.
No! Don't do this to your son!
아닙니다. 제가 실언을 했습니다.
내 스스로가 실험체가 될 걸세.
지금 스스로 본인을 뒤틀리게 만들겠다는 소리를 하고 있는 건가?
I mean, there's some curiosity of how it feels like, right? Wouldn't you want to know what Carmen will whisper into your sweet, sweet ears? What she has up for you?
궁금하지 않나? 자신이 어떤 뒤틀림이 되는지 한 번쯤 상상해 본 적이 있을 것 아닌가?
To be fair, I might be prideful, but I know myself. I don't have more in me than just becoming a fucking peccatula. I'm not that special.
아니, 전혀 궁금하지도 않고 재미도 없어.
너무 그렇게 부득거리며 말하지 말게나, 조수. 치아가 상하는 습관이니.
Oof.
만일 그러다가 죄종이 되면요. 방금까지 저희가 테스트를 위해서 열심히 물리쳐 나갔던 죄종으로 될 수도 있는 길을
Right, that would make my life a lot easier.
확실히 그렇게 될 수도 있겠지. 그럼 나는 딱 거기까지였던 거야. 이도 저도 아닌 껍데기의 수준.
Yippee.
그러면 여기 있는 직원들이 나를 격리실로 옮겨주겠지. 어떤 죄종이 될지 내기도 했다네.
Okay. I feel like it's very obvious that he would turn into a Phi Peccatula, right? Right?
팀장님은 탐식에, 저는 질투에, 이쪽은 나태에 걸었죠.
하지만 아무리 그래도 어떻게?
단순하게 생각해 본다면 말일세. 내가 죄종이 된 것은 쉽게 말해 꽝에 걸린 거라고 보면 되는.
You know, sometimes you just have to play rock, paper, scissors with fate.
물론 꽝이라는 건 단지 그 시점에 내가 어떤지에 따라 정해질 뿐이지만 그저 죄종이 되었다는 사실만으로도 내 삶의 가치는 없다고 본다네.
I'd say he was being too hard on himself, but I felt like too simple an expression to describe his tone.
회사는 죄종이 된 나를 격리실로 옮기고 싶어 할 테지만 내 의견은 조금 달라.
Just kill me, squash me like the bug I am.
나는 기질적으로 누군가에게 호감을 사는 인물은 아니라는 건 알고 있네. 자네들과 그다지 친밀한 사이로 발전하지도 않았고.
Yeah, but there will be some catharsis to killing you. Imagine how happy Faust will be.
비록 신군같이 마음이 다소 무른 수감자가 이에 대해 반발을 표할 수도 있겠지만 죄종이 되었다는 건 호헨하임이라는 개체가 죽었다는 의미나 다름없다네. 그러니 남은 부산물인 죄종을 죽이는 것에 죄책감 같은 불필요한 감정을 가지진 말게나.
하지만 만일 돌발 상황이 일어나면요?
What if you
아무리
distort?
그래도 운명이 걸려 있는 건데 매뉴얼 같은 거라도.
간단하네. 둘 중 하나야. 꽝이냐 아니냐.
아직도
아.
그 허무맹랑한 50대 50 지론을 펼치고 있나요?
I mean, two outcomes. Clearly a 50-50. That is how all my gachas work. Either I get the ID or I don't.
나는 평범한 연구자들과는 달리 수리 통계학을 농락하고 싶어하는 사람이니 말일세. 연구에도 낭만이라는 것이 있는 법이야. 책상 앞에서 끙끙댈 바에는 많은 임상 케이스를 확보하는 게 설레는 거지.
I mean, it depends. I feel like it can also be heartbreaking, right? Probably need a lot of resilience.
꽝이 나왔다면 곧바로 나를 처분하면 되고 그 뒤에 일은 여기 직원들이 알아서 해줄 거야. 가령 그 코트 주머니에 있는 그 열쇠와 캐비넷에 들어있는 파일에
No, I do want to see his secret porn stash.
네, 기억하고 있습니다.
만약 내가 무사히 뒤틀림이 되었다면 절반은 해낸 걸세. 처음으로 자네들이 부러워지는 건 나의 뒤틀림 결과를 두 눈으로 직접 관측할 수 있다니. 만일 내 설명을 지금까지 잘 귀담아 들었다면 내 뒤틀림도 아까 말한 규칙에 맞게 1년 번호를 추측해 볼 수도 있겠지.
Thinking about it, if he says that getting him to the store is like halfway to success, is Limbus Company also just looking at a way to make more abnormalities? That would be spooky. But you don't really need the well if you can just make people distort and then turn them into abnormalities.
큰 기대는 하지 않아. 대부분의 사람이 고개를 끄덕이는 건 내 말을 이해해서가 아니라 그저 사회적인 리액션에 불과하다는 걸 최근에야 깨달았거든.
My man, you have been yapping for far too long. Exactly.
그 다음엔 여기 관리자가 나의 심상 던전으로 가는 입구를 열어주겠지. 그런 후에는 지금까지 자네들이 뒤틀림을 상대해왔던 것처럼 거울 던전을 거쳐서 나의 가장 깊은
I love my mirror dungeons.
뒤틀림이 된 나를 한 번 더 상대하게 될 거야. 제압하고 돌아오게나.
오체분씨.
That's a lot of cuts.
여기까지 성공했다면 심상 던전 밖에 나는 혼수 상태가 되어 있거나 운이 조금 더 좋다면 정신을 바로 차릴 수도 있겠군.
혼수 상태? 아니, 그래도 괜찮은 건가?
You know, everybody should distort once a month. It's good for the mental health. Just get it out of the system.
아마 사람마다 개체 차이가 있을 거라고 추측하네. 원래 모습으로 돌아오기야 하겠지만 시간이 얼마나 걸릴지는 확신하지 못하지.
그러고 보니 여러분들이 상대하셨다는 김사카시라는 자도 그렇게 돌아왔었죠?
Kim mentioned. I miss my Kim.
그자가 돌아왔나?
저희가 안전하게 잘 격리하고 있습니다.
모노리스 가동 준비가 끝난 모양일세. 장담하는데 나는 뒤틀림이 되어도 여전히 우등할 걸세.
You are an annoying fight. I give you that.
최종은 되지 않으셨네요.
그리고 이렇게 그들의 소리는 여전히 들리는군.
Yippee, it's time to share your trauma with us.
여전히 기억하고 있다네.
To be fair, the fights in that floor were kinda hard from what I remember. I feel like, I mean, it's not like any of the early Mirror Dungeon floors are really actually hard, but it's probably one of the harder ones. Don't worry, we'll bring him back no matter what.
관리자님이 반드시 데려오겠다고 말하시네요.
든든하네요. 그럼 이걸 부탁드리겠습니다.
Is this a note? Did he write us tips on how to do this or something?
거기 적힌 걸 뒤틀린 자기 앞에서 읽어주면 된대요. 일종의 암호 같은 거라고 하셨어요.
Hey you, have you considered us not distorting? Signed, Hohenheim. Thank you. I don't think he'll hear anything but ticking noises from me. Can you read this, Maso?
명령하신 대로 수행하겠습니다.
Yippee! Maso nodded, then began to read the words from the note aloud. God damn it.
코퍼레이션, 5분, 가능성, 기대, 오른팔.
It's his sleeper call. The moment Maso uttered them, the all too familiar portal began to appear around Hohenheim's Ressourcen. Also, they were a key to a door. Scattering shards of familiar yet alien sights appeared intermittently beyond the shimmering veil. Hohenheim had already entered the portal as we stood there gawking, but we could still hear his voice echoing through the laboratory.
보여주고 싶지 않았던 누구도 궁금해하지 않을 나의 과거도 이곳에선 보여지게 되겠지.
This was actually his way to finally get somebody to listen.
이곳에서는 감내해야 하는 일이라는 건 알고 있네. 하지만 그렇다고 모든 걸 드러낼 필요도 없겠지. 어차피 이미 지나가 버린 일 아닌가.
I'm still a bit sad that we did not see more of Lobotomy Corp there. I guess overall, my opinion of Hohenheim is also a lot better, more likable now that we have more of his... I'm gonna read all of this, I'm sorry. I mean, the combat boots are probably the best for us. We are a Rupture team. Wonder what the spay would have been. I think that must be new. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't remember. I do love the illusion of choice here. I did not think actually... did not think him out on. To be fair, having Queen of Fated on is great for morale. What can I say? Who wouldn't want to have a magical girl on the team? Yes. Do I... maybe I'd rather have Dawn than Method. Do something like this. Maybe do this. Good enough. What's going on with them?
다행히 부분적으로는 스스로 검열 통제를 할 수 있나 보군.
Boot.
자네들의 목표는 뒤틀린 분류와 심상 던전의 끝까지 도달하여 나를 원래대로 돌려놓는 것이라네.
Man also just wanted to be desperately power scaled.
과거를 파헤치는 것이 아니라.
여기는
익숙한 공간인 것 같소.
I mean, that must have been like sheep egogi or something, right? With how it looks like.
이자들은 무엇라 하는 것이오?
아마 정상적인 소통을 하긴 어려울 걸세. 심상 던전이니.
We only get to hear what he allows us to hear.
아니 그럼 어떻게 좀 해봐.
미안하지만 그게 가능했다면 여기를 보다 흥미로운 공간으로 만들었을 걸세. 가령 모든 책이 다 존재한다고 하였던.
You know, I would also like to see the actual library again, yes.
당신 과거에 로봇포미 코퍼레이션에 있었던 건가요?
이젠 지나간 거려 중 하나지.
Diplomacy did not seem to be an option here. The censored people brandished their weapons threateningly and stood in our path. Looks like we're going to have to take them down if we want to make any progress here. Can't be helped. Let's get ready for a fight. It is win waiting time, baby.
외부 요인에 의한 강화지만 너무 경계만 할 필요는 없어요.
But yeah, I mean, I think the overall aim and goal they had when they actually introduced Hohenheim, like at the original LCB event, was that he does look like, you know, being a bit frightful and everything. And then you see his backstory and come around that maybe he is not as bad. Which, I guess since the humor was not landing, oh man, you're not doing too hot. Didn't really work much, but the other Hohenheim moments we like got in the latest counter and everything, did improve my opinion a lot on him.
관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니
I do love unopposed attacks, baby. Now, the real bet's also gonna be for the future. How many unopposed attack will the Ryosho ID for this Kanto actually have? Maybe it will have different gimmicks since, you know, this red Pokemon already was like
평범한 이들의
all
모습을
unopposed attacks, baby.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
가치 없고 끝내지. 가치 없.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히
Maybe I remember them. Or maybe, you know, Haisho's are just mildly powerful. Came across a group of researchers. We are the samples, exactly. I'm not a coward. Oh, what an interesting reaction. I guess it was a bit of VSP, but yeah, the plug will not do... I guess if we get to the cogs, it will do something for us.
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
그런데 이 사람 정말 뒤틀림 된 건 맞아?
I mean, have you seen his
말하는 것만
face?
들어서는 그냥 평소랑 똑같은 것 같은데.
뒤틀림이 이성에 어느 정도 영향을 미치는지는 사람마다 편차가 제각각일 테니까.
He just said no.
아, 참. 아무리 그래도 그렇지. 여기저기 검열까지 할 줄은.
하지만
He signed an NDA, okay?
이곳은 심상 던전이에요. 보여주고 싶지 않아도 단테 씨의 능력으로 결국 우리는 도달하고 볼 수밖에 없을 거예요.
I even resist, exactly.
그렇다면 이렇게 하도록 할까? 피할 수 없다면 신속하게 보여줄 테니 끝이 나면 곧바로 나를 만나러 오게나.
Oh.
이 이야기는 그자가 내 그래. 나는 개인 연구실이 있었지. 엘리트 연구원을 위한 몇 안 되는 특권 중 하나였어.
Yeah, it is kind of a big office.
정말 멋대로 이야기를 진행하네요.
He was waiting for this day, Ishmael.
호에나임 씨,
가만 보자. 이제가 어떻게 생겼더라.
I feel like that must be a lie, though. Come on.
어떤 것 같기도 하네. 아무렴 어떤가? 그냥 원래대로 검을 통제를 시키는 게 낫겠고.
Maybe he is the kind of man that just pushed his memories all away.
드릴 말씀이 있어서요.
잠깐. 자네 혹시 나한테 화를 내기 위해 찾아온 건가?
예?
Yeah, it's time for a formal complaint.
사실 예상은 하고 있었다네. 3개월이면 나쁘지 않은 기록이었거든. 누군가와 갈등 없이 일한다는 거 말이야. 아, 혹시 퇴사하고 싶은 거라면 내가 아니라 인사팀에 말하는 게 더 수월하네.
아니, 그게 아니라
I'm here because I'm a fan of your research.
고맙다는 인사를 하고 싶어서 왔어요. 뒷골목 출신의 저를 여기에 뽑아준 거요. 당신이라고 들어서요.
Well, you know, Lobotomy Corp did make some funny decision making here.
뭐랄까, 제 가능성을 보신 거잖아요. 지금까지는 아무도 안 봐줬다.
당연하지만 그건 가능성 같은 거창한 이유가 아니었네. 날개는 고작 그런 이유로 뒷골목 출신을 채용하지 않지. 대외적으로 알려진 적은 없었지만 로보토미 코퍼레이션 같은 경우는 트라우마였네. 끔찍하고 극복하기 어려운 트라우마를 지닌 자일수록
Right, gonna farm the Kefalin, right?
그러다 보니 자연스럽게 뒷골목의 비율이 늘어났던 것뿐이었지. 인사는 잘 들었네, 지미. 이제 나가봐도 좋아.
이름 그거 아닌데요. 그런데 호에나임 씨는 왜 항상 혼자 있는 걸 좋아하세요?
놀랍게도 나는 혼자서도 시간을 잘 즐긴다네. 일반적인 사람들이랑 다른 수백 가지 차이점 중 하나기도 하지.
I mean, some science is nice.
있잖아요. 혹시 말 잘 듣는 오른팔 하나 필요하지 않으세요?
Yeah, together we will rule this branch.
내 오른팔은 잘 건사하고 있다만
호이나임 씨는 가능성을 믿나요?
지금 봐도 정말 사람 말을 잘 듣지 않는 직원이었군.
저는 당신 덕택에 믿어요. 그래서 이런 생각도 하고 있어요. 이렇게 열심히 노력한다면
Oh,
둥지
I mean, it's good to have dreams, my man.
저 같은 게 로보토미 코퍼레이션에 입사한 것처럼. 그래서 조금 더 당신 옆에 붙어 있어 보려고요.
나 같은 유능한 연구원은 가능하겠지만 자네같이 대부분의 능력치가 평범에 머물러 있는 자들은 극히 드문 확률이겠지.
Hey, see, you are just a dog.
나는 보편적 가능성이 아니라 나 스스로를 믿네. 그리고 확률론 등등의 수리 통계학은 내가 참 싫어하는 분야란 말이지. 그러니 오른팔 왼팔도 스스로 건사하는 게 좋겠군. 그럼 수고하게.
But imagine somebody that can think you all the coffee you ever wanted.
제가 말이죠. 깊게 생각 안 하고 무작정 덤벼드는 성격이거든요.
I love my researcher that doesn't think.
생각 없는 자유분방함이라 뒷골목 출신의 유일한 장점이겠지. 아, 아니면 혹시 내게 폭력적인 행위를 가할 거라는 협박이었나?
아, 이번에 새로 이송된 환상체요. 관리법이 조금 특이하더라고요. 상대의 마음을 읽어서 논리적인 작전이고 뭐고 다 쓸모없게 만든다던데요.
Heads empty, man got it.
올해 최우수 부서 같이 노려보지 않을래요?
자네 거래 기술에 조금 능통한 것 같군.
뒷골목 출신의 유일한 장점 중 하나죠.
그래, 인정하지. 그때 당시에 나는 조금 무료했던 것 같네. 돌이켜 생각해보면 그런 쓸데없는 대화를 나누는 편이 그렇게 좋은 선택은 아니었어.
Come on, you're just doing this scientist thing and you finally made a friend. I know, very unlikely for someone like you, Hohenheim, but...
내 과거의 산물들이 공격해오기 시작하는군.
It's time for the company-mandated combat stage.
그들이 정말 해를 끼치고 싶은 건
외부 요인에 의한 강화제
Time to get beaten up.
경계만 할 필요는 없어요.
Or starting with a skill 3, beautiful.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
숨통 끊기.
피해 3초
Imagine what I could be achieving. I would have my Faust here.
개체는 오래 버티지 못하거든요.
관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과 그런 식으로도 살리는 건가?
실수 아닐까요?
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
그래서 놀랍다고 했지. 잘했다고 말했잖아.
정의 이름으로
개체의
Beautiful.
상태가 조금 변했을 거예요. 눈치채시면 바로 말씀 하시지 마시고 끝나고 종이에 적어주세요.
관리자가 째깍대는 소리도 잘 녹음해두고 상황별로 사용을 분석해봐야겠어.
목을 떨고 싶어.
But yeah, I don't know, I think last time I remembered that I'm struggling with clashing with them. Maybe it's just a hard encounter.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네.
17 victories, let's go.
통과된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
결국 해냈네요. 올해 최우수 부서상.
그래, 내가 해냈어.
Yeah, all you.
물론 자네의 덕도 조금은 있었지. 그리고 그 밖에
인정하세요. 당신 회사 내 평판은 조금 구렸는데 이제는 먼저 인사해주는
But it
사람이
helps to have
많아졌잖아요.
somebody on your side that is actually likable.
오른팔 역할을 든든하게 해준 덕이라니까요.
확실히 환상체를 관찰할 때 자네의 직관적이고 즉흥적인 시선이 도움이 되긴 했지.
이게 바로 가능성이라니까요. 당신이 저를 뽑았을 때 보았던 바로 그거요.
Yes.
한 분에게 척을 치게 되어서 미안하지만 그 이후로 몇 년 정도의 시간이
Yeah, nothing important. It's all redacted.
몇 번의 최우수 부사장과 승진과 공동 연구 작업도 같이 흘러갔다네.
Yippee.
모든 것은 끝이 있지. 모두가 뻔히 알고 있는 로보토믹 코퍼레이션의 끝.
No.
당신, 우리
그러니까 이자들이 뭐라고 내게 말을 뱉고 있는지 들리지 않아도
Yeah, it is kind of obvious.
당신은 우리를
끊임없는 원망의 말뿐.
당신은 우리를
엘사의 마지막이라 함은
우리 씨가 그렇게 말했지.
It must be horrifying to be in that shit.
지구는 순식간에 무너졌고 직원들은 환상체와 함께 그 안에서 갇히게 되었다.
이게 무슨 소리죠?
I do love my trumpets though.
나는 지구가 흔들리고 있어요. 왜?
앞으로 100초 후 부지 매몰이 시작됩니다.
I mean, that's a reasonable amount of time.
대피하지 못한 직원이 남아있다면 신속하게 건물을 벗어나 주시길 바랍니다. 카운트 시작. 95, 94.
지상으로 가는 탈출용 포트가 왔대요. 자리 하나가 남고 다음 장치는 5분 후에 온다고. 나는 잘 듣게. 냉정한 말일 수도 있겠지만 보통 이런 재난 상황에서 생존하는 건 극소수라네. 그저 공정성을 따진다면 제비뽑기 따위 같은 원시적인 방법을 택하는 자들도 있을 테고.
Yeah, me instead gonna play a nice round of poker first.
조금 더 야만적인 자들이 모인 곳에선 오로지 힘의 논리로 생존자를 결정할 거야. 하지만 다행스럽게도 이 부서는 지성적인 자들이 모여 있는 것 같아서 제안하겠네. 자네들 같이 무용하고 그저 그런 회사만 전전하고.
See, I am the smartest. I have the highest brain volume.
살아남은 세월에 비례하여 뛰어난 업적을 남긴 논문과 연구 실적을 내는 나를 비교하였을 때 누가 더 가치가 있겠는가?
끝난 이야기지.
Yeah. Curious how this more Miro dungeon though.
무너졌고 나는 부서 직원들을 뒤로 두고 탈출용 엘리베이터를 탑승해 살아남았네.
어떻게 그렇게 담담하게
화는 추월 감정일 뿐이야. 언제나 냉정하고 이성적으로 살아온 덕에 지금의 자리까지 올 수 있었지.
Dreikorb wrench within Hohenheim's dungeon of the peasant begins to crumble. Almost appeared as though his heart was crumbling as well.
이제 뒤틀린 나를 만나러 오게. 그러면 마침내 실험은 종료야.
I can't wait to beat up the man again. But just finding and defeating his distortion in the fight. I don't think that will bring him back. I just know it.
저도 아직 완전히 도달하지 못한 것 같다는 직감이.
We can also resolve this trauma for V. Oh, it's cute Fehlunten. Come on. I've played too much of this video game to not know this. Oop.
뜀박질 시간.
Aw.
외부 요인에 의한 강화.
Let me get the mooks back, I guess fine.
활용 가능성에 대해 고민해보게.
토끼를 보내라.
피해
저
산출값이
해충들을
예상
도려내라.
범위를 벗어났는데요.
숨통 끊기.
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지
I,
모르겠고.
just seeing how powerful we really are, I did not do a floor 15 one yet. And to be fair, I guess the floor 15 ones really were only thing last season already with the high shows. But I'm kinda curious how powerful we really will end up, even like midway this season already. I guess we do get Ryosho's Keystone ID kinda late. But even then, we have already gotten a few powerful IDs.
알리사가 감흥도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네.
LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던 불정상값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어.
That one bigger tool, I did not know what hit him. I also love that they basically all were just watching.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
I mean, I guess this was slight abnormality. Normally the turns would not be that fast. I never realized how this looks nowadays. But yeah, I still feel like, in a sense, they could yep a bit less. It's just non-standard duty better be my man. Wait, well, isn't that? Maybe I am wrong. I was wrong. Was it not this battery that you get from this thing? Okay, we take the hard fight. I'm sad at myself now.
야음을 틈타.
외부 요인에 의한 강화지만 너무 경계만 할 필요는 없어.
And then we beat them up.
활용 가능성에 대해 고민해보게.
뒷박질 준비.
To be fair, it's not like it matters. It would have been just a new charge ego gift, I assume. I hope. Actually, I'm also not quite sure. Do the ego gifts you get in those smaller mirror dungeon, the mirrors of the phantoms, or whatever you exactly wanna call it, count for the ego compendium? To be fair, I have been kinda lazy with collecting it. I feel like ever since we got the ego gift, so just less motivation since you can kinda cheese it a little bit. But I should at least try to get all the ego gifts of the bokgak pack as long as, you know, the event is going on. Even if there's not that much reason to farm Mirror Dungeon for the V1s. It is nice, you know, in a sense, you know, that's a lot easier to get high bonus compared to new events. But it also really means, especially if you got the ID and stuff from the original event too, that the bokgak shops are done so quickly. It also means, I guess, I get to do other things instead with my time.
숨통 끊기.
이런 식으로도 시작하는 건가?
실수 아닐까요?
알고 있네. 그래서 놀랍다고 했지. 잘했다고 넌 했지 않나?
어머, 놀랐어?
신입 연구원들도 저분들처럼만 해주시면 좋을 텐데.
But yeah,
불가능한 꿈이죠.
I feel like, I guess it's nice to get the Mirror Dungeon events, but this is also peak filler fights, basically, where
숨통 끊기.
there's nothing of importance to really be made. If you have good IDs, you can just press win wait.
시간 끌 것 없이
당연한 결과일 테지.
모두를 지워주죠.
I mean, I guess it depends what difficulty you really would want out of something like this. It would also be sad if you would need to really farm eco resources specifically and stuff like that. It would probably also be unfun gameplay.
보상은 목숨. 불프들의 지원일 뿐.
What is that? Collected stones.
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
I really hope that we also get more fight design like the last Kanto. I mean, why wouldn't we accept? Oop. Go, my man.
아는 것을 모른 채 할 순 없으니.
Envy forbidden. Ah, we got this. Man. We forced the door open. We got this. Was this very high? It predicted. I said easy. It was by no means an easy feat, but Yisang eventually managed to pry the door. It was guaranteed. What greeted us with the sight of a room caked in blood, littered with bits and pieces of a desperate struggle.
명료한 해결책이 보였어.
Yay! Oh, that is new. Olympus company identities gain number of participating identities better divided by free clash power up. CE identities deal more damage for wearing ego gear sets. Neat. On same faction identity gain ego resources. In plus coin boost, minus coin boost. So there is some more incentive to blow yourself up. Yippee.
해오던 대로 방송을 켜겠다.
We arrived at the entrance to Hohenheim's lavatory.
다시 마지막 주시가 될 수도 있다고 생각하네. 나를 제압해서 원래 있던 곳으로 무사히 돌아가거나 혹은 제압의 실패를 경험 이후 그 다음 결과를 관찰해봐도 좋겠지.
That's when Heathcliff suddenly strode forward.
당신 여전히 가능성을 믿나?
He does. He was going for a 50-50 here.
나는 믿어. 그 믿음으로 살아가. 당신 밑에 연구원들도 전부 뒷골목 출신으로만 뽑았지. 당신은
I mean, I guess he can very much relate to
그래도 덕분에
this man's story.
좀더 쓸만한 게 있을 거라는 믿음으로 연구를 하고 있다고.
Turns out he was actually not that bad. And we're gonna punch it into him.
이때까지 겪었던 일은 전부 보고서로 전달받았습니다.
I love passing win rate and it's just working out for me.
어떤 사람들일지 다들 궁금했어요. 요즘 같은 시대에 여러분처럼
아,
마음보다 행동을
just go.
앞서는 사람들은 몇 없고
이 앞에 숨지는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
He does have absurd amount of poise that I guess it will never change. I guess I should look at his passives, but I also don't assume there's gonna be anything new interesting. I guess it's gonna be more interesting to see later on, but for now I'm just resigned that bokgak means more red coins in a sense.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
That was like damage of all time, yes. I guess something like burn might have been easier to stack for damage.
여러분이 이때까지 겪었던 일은 전부 보고서로 전달받았습니다. 관찰일지도 다 읽었죠.
도대체 어떤 사람들일지 다들
What are we
궁금했어요.
struggling
요즘
against?
같은 시대에 여러분처럼 이론보다 행동을 앞세운 실험 정신을 가진 사람들은 몇 없거든요.
No, you are too slow for that. Oh, this just works out how I put it now. That's beautiful for me. Well, yeah, we don't have really enough count of how I set it up.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
We're bullying him anyways. Before he would have not let coins be.
환상체나 뒤틀림 중에서도 이런 타입이 제일 싫더라고요.
그래도 기록을
He
남기는
does have.
수 있는 부류지. 개인적으로는 단순 무식한 개체들보다 상대가
Let's go.
생각한다네.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
Yeah, you cannot lose against this man. Please, for the love of God.
무상한 목숨.
Maybe going in with a burn team would have really been faster now I think about it.
이 정도 오류는
Guess thinking team would at least be fun against this SP passive, but eh.
이런 것까지
It should get weakened.
이 평범한 이들의 머리로는 어려울 테니.
네.
Why does it clash so high? Okay, let me gain some consumed final power. Oh. But it's max 20, you see. Is there anyone's ego I really want to use? Good dude, that is a struggling. Satch. Guess. Culture would be neat, but it's not what we need right now. We could probably. This should be good enough. Okay. Let's end it.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
숨통 끊기.
But in a sense, it was also just a punching back. Look at my way. It is a cool ego.
파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다. 술술해.
What clicks your mind? Let's weaken the shield passive. I think we get multiple rounds at some point. Weakening his sanity could also be nice. Do I care about his poise? Would be good for his AoE, but
어쩔 수 없지. 테스트가 끝난 뒤에 고통을 호소하는 관리자의 모습을 추가로 기록할 수는 있겠군.
Don't like that O+. I did say I would like this. Close enough, maybe. Do it on something less important though. Probably at some point I'll just want to pop Honglu's buff, to be honest.
원망도 뉘우침도 소용이 없었으니 그저 무언가를 잡으려 애썼을 뿐.
The damage of all time. Stack at me? That is rude. Oh, that is even ruder though. Maybe I should have gone for this man's sanity.
지휘 수행 과정에 실수가 있었던 것 같습니다.
사랑으로 정의 이름으로 이륙.
수감자가 사망했습니다.
자네의 능력을 모르는 건 아니네만 너무 익숙해지진 말게.
And this turn will kinda suck.
그리 쉽게 익숙해지진 못할 테지만.
It's fine. Yisang was made to perish. Who is getting attacked? That's good enough.
예측 제압.
Why does this man have so goddamn much HP though? I guess I should also really watch out for the red coins. That wasn't a thing on the original version.
환상체나 뒤틀림 중에서도 이런 타입이 제일 싫더라고요.
그래도 기록을 남기면 해결할 수 있는 부류지.
Is it, you know, I feel like in a sense it might be good in turn to pop this.
상대하기 편하다고 생각한다면
흑수묘 뒷박질 춤.
이 몸을 온당히 벌하시네. 기꺼이
Thank you, Honglu.
죄를 받아들이나이다.
As the gods ordained.
이혼한 대응으로는 좋은 결과를 보지 못할 거라면 충분할 테지.
실험실은 튼튼하게 지어졌으니 에고를 적극적으로 활용해도 괜찮아.
Now, who do we want to clash with? Because of something good. Oh hi, that's not clash high. We could also bimes. Close enough. Kinda sucks that it's so early though. Maybe we do. I do hate using up all of our resources by 2. Let's do it like this, I guess then.
예측 제압.
지겹군. 이 몸이 직접 손봐야겠느냐.
Yeah, we did get a lot of stickers. Get rid of USP.
다시 할까요?
아니, 조금만 더 해보겠지. 불리한 상황에서만 얻을 수 있는 데이터도 있는 법이니.
And Jesus, take the wheel.
특수묘 뒷박질 중.
Now we are talking.
잠깐만 기다려.
정의 이름으로 이웃.
Come on. That is Satch.
수감자가 사망했습니다.
자네의 능력을 모르는 건 아니네만 너무 익숙해지진 말고.
Starting to be slightly spooky with who we all
생각하면 그리 쉽게 익숙해지지.
loosen. I rather would not want my Honglu to get more damaged right now. I mean, see, you don't have any of that bullshit yet. We love to see that. You immediately get a nut of those in. We kinda hate to see that. You will get staggered by this though. Fair enough. I mean, we're getting there. Answer me, my high shoe. Do what you are here for to do. Part of me did hope we could just Femmer the man, but I might have been wrong. Okay, next turn for sure though.
환상체나 뒤틀림 중에서도 이런 타입이 제일 싫더라고요.
We at least have brought that many staggered peeps.
개인적으로는 단순 무식한 개체들보다 상대하기 편하다고 생각한다는.
It is time to bring the man home, so he can annoy us more. He can keep going with his 50-50s. The original miHoYo gamer. How did we not? Well, my man.
신임 연구원들도 저분들처럼만 해주시면 좋을 텐데.
충분할 테지.
불가능한 꿈이죠. 환상체와 뒤틀림 모두.
Oh hi, does this clash? I kinda... Can you get clashed while you have this active? I don't see it in the fine print. Huh. What does this say? Fever, that's good enough. Well, you gave your life for the cause, that's what's important.
이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 상념으로 맑은 하늘 가리고 이 한 몸 바쳐 땅 모든 피 쏟아내리.
Honestly, this is one of my favorite egos of all time, not gonna lie.
오래 버티진 못하겠군요.
관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니 당연한 결과일 테지.
I guess he does get blasted. That's one way to end the man's life. Bring him back with the power of love. not enough damage. Okay.
적을 약화시키는 것도 좋은
Now though. Now.
제압.
굉장히 잘하고 말씀하시는 거예요.
자네에게나 도움이 되겠다 칭찬하는 나는
Thank you.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
We did it. Now it's time to
확실히
end this sad backstory.
승률이 상당히 높군.
지상으로 가는 탈출용 포트가 왔대요. 자리 하나가 남고 다음 장치는 5분 후에 온다고.
Yeah, that will be enough time.
나는 당신이 내 가능성을 보고 나를 뽑았다고 생각하진 않아요. 하지만 결국 그로 인해서 가능성을 발견했을
You might have affected him.
계속
Congratulations.
노력하다 보면 결국엔 나아질 거라는 기대. 나는 모두를 남겨두고 떠날 수 없네.
Weil, you know, he will enjoy the survivor skill for the rest of his life. He enjoys it so much he got like survivor skill to Electric Boogaloo.
오른팔의 역할이란 게 원래 이런 거잖아요. 당신이 발견한 내 가능성을 가지고 지상으로 올라가세요. 그럼 요한 자네는 뭐 언젠가는 다음 기회가 오겠죠?
Okay, when do we get Johan Miro ID though?
추한 감정이라네. 그래서 나는 그 지구의 입구 앞에서 그저 기억만 할 뿐.
Aww.
내가 저버린 자들.
Yeah, now you'll make sure it doesn't happen again. Start sweating. I can sense the dungeon of the Phantom slowly beginning to close. Sometime later.
무사히 다시 돌아왔군.
잘 돌아오셨네요, 팀장님.
That was quick recovery. I guess he was not that long distorted though.
나는 사실 히스클리프 군 같은 사람이 되고 싶었네.
I always wish I could swing his baseball bat like that.
우리도 히스클리프 씨가 히스클리프 씨처럼 되지 않는다는데 무슨 소리세요?
But this world needs more Heathcliffs.
세상을 숫자 노름만이 아니라 막연히 일말의 가능성에 걸며 살아간다는 건 쉬운 일이 아니니까.
Gambling, baby!
비록 연구원답진 않지만 인간으로서 낭만은 있겠지. 내 실험은 이로써 끝났네.
It was a success.
성공이었지? 우리 덕에 말이야.
아니, 실패였네.
I guess he did not turn into an abnormality. I'm
스스로를 믿는 게
sorry.
답이라는 나만의 가설을 세웠었거든. 만일 내 가설이 성공했다면 나는 뒤틀림으로써 남아있었겠지. 그러니 이렇게 말하겠네. 실패시켜줘서 고마워. 내
Powers will have to endure you longer.
OSU로 추정되었나 보군. 고만고만해서 아쉽지만 어쩌겠나.
He was us there for the power scaling.
결국 세상은 그런 자들 사이에서 가능성을 찾아야 하는 법인데.
이제 이동하죠. 메피스토펠레스의 출발 준비.
Yippee, we are free, we did it. It's time to go back into our normal complement-dated Miro dungeoning. Onheim's researchers waved at us.
언젠간 또 볼 일이 있겠죠?
Maybe.
저는 사양할래요.
모든 것엔 다 끝이 있는 법. 지금 이 순간이 마지막이라고 생각하는 편이 좋다네.
Why was this man lying to me?
마지막까지 참.
Last thing we saw before the portal activated, where the LCE researchers pushing up their classes in our general direction. God damn it! Though I'd only taken a step or two, the entire world around us seemed to transform, letting us back inside a transportation instrument. When I think about it, we didn't even get to learn why Quacker's bones made those cracking noises. He just needs some massages. All we learned from this experience is that the sinners have all become medical, but they each held certain potentialities within themselves. Each of us mulling over the events at the LCE, we turned to the bus where Karen and Virgilius were waiting for us. Yippee. Well, we do know what's up with potential, man. I'm very much looking forward to see what is actually up
길을
with Quagga these days now.
길일 뿐이지만
And
세월이
we should get that next intervalo.
그제야 알게 되겠지.
But yeah, that was the stream. That was an extra long stream today. It is nice to have it done though. It is nice to have content when I do love this game's story. And it's nice to also get at least back to it sometimes. Now, I mean, it depends. Maybe the intervalo. What would be till the next intervalo? I guess this will keep going for like 4 weeks, but maybe after that, if they have a tight schedule from now on again, which might be copium. Getting the intervalo, like, I guess it would be more. When would it be? Oh, it would be. I guess it might be a bit too much copium to get it, like, maybe start of May. I would love that. But yeah, I think that is it for me today. I will stream some pen and paper roleplay on Saturday and Guild Wars of the Bossos on Sunday. That is my schedule for the rest of the week. See you maybe there, and if not, see you the next time there's Limbus content. Bye bye.